We are at a 1-minute warning. Testing.
I would like to call to order our Board of Aldermen special board workshop, February 17th, 2022. For our invocation, I'm honored to call on Reverend Lowe Davis. This will be followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand.
Let us pray. Creator God, we thank you for the many blessings you've bestowed upon us and on our city. We ask that you guide us to make good and right decisions for the benefit of the city, all who live here, work here, and visit here. Amen.
Thank you, Reverend Davis. And Thank you all for being here today. We are here with a purpose, we're here with a plan, and we're here with a vision. So I'm looking forward to today. On our agenda, we have topics including our electric grid, our electricity, and BEMC is here, along with Mr. Pittenger with the city. We're going to be talking about mosquito control, pest control. We're going to learn about B-City, USA. And there will be a resolution at the March 10th Board of Aldermen meeting concerning that. This is a workshop, so there are no votes, no action will be taken today. In the afternoon, the main topic, we'll hear from the city manager, Mr. Hargrove, on strategic planning and capital improvements. So I want to thank the Department of Communication and Tourism, Randy Jones, Lisa Anderson, and Elena Dale, who's in charge of this community building. And look how we have it set up today. It's fantastic. So thank you for that. Thank you for this setup. And also for the marvelous technology. As you notice, a year ago, we certainly did not have the Vive board. So this is just great technology, great improvement. And everyone can see the presentations. Our citizens can access them at home, and they can see the same information that the Board of Aldermen are seeing. And most importantly, Elena has assured me that the antennas are set in a certain way and that the sound will be good. So that's going to be a plus for all of us, and especially for those listening at home or listen to it later. I want to thank Mr. Hargrove and the city staff for their efforts in putting the workshop together, including city clerks Dorothy Dutton and Tanya Shannon. The workshop involves goals, projects, prioritization, strategic planning, and capital improvements. The projects list is long, as you know: waterfront stabilization, sewer and water, roads, paving, stormwater, burying power lines. This involves millions of dollars. Our yacht basin, how to preserve it, the beauty in the yacht basin, the city dock, sidewalks, crosswalks, public health concerns, our fire, rescue, EMS, the environment, our city staff, our employees, are their salaries competitive? The city staff is our greatest asset. Historic preservation, tourism, economy. Southport is the downtown for Brunswick County and is a crown jewel for our state. The quaint village on the banks of the Cape Fear River. Beauty, iconic, historic. How do we preserve it and enhance our wonderful city? Again, as I've said many times, the goal is the enhancement of the quality of life for all our citizens. Our city is a canvas. Citizens with the Board of Aldermen, city staff, draw on this canvas. How to preserve our tree canopy is on there. The beautiful yacht basin, the house street, our roads, sewer and water pipes, the waterfront, the business district, stormwater, an engineer. All of these are diagrammed. All of these projects are on there in black and white. The parks, historic homes and buildings, fire department, our hospital, city hall. So funding is the coloring of these drawings. So that's the metaphor of what I'm talking about, the canvas, the coloring, and it's the coloring that brings the mosaic portrait to life, our city. And it requires funding, taxes, grants, a strong grant writer, loans that we've talked about, and then general obligation bonds that the city manager has talked about and mentioned that you've heard about and you'll hear about today. And then federal, state, county funding, and then other streams of revenue that we can think of. So this is the metaphor for today, the portrait of Southport. Could 1792 envision 2022? No. And 1982, 40 years ago, they did not envision 2022. This is where we are. We move forward as we guide our city into the 21st century with many challenges, goals, and opportunities to build on the foundation this board, this city manager, and the city staff started these past 2 years. I look forward to listening to the presentations and the discussions in our workshop today. And again, I thank everyone for being here. Item E, approval of the agenda. I'll entertain a motion. Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Allen and a second by Alderman Lombardi. Any discussion? All in favor? Okay, motion carried. Thank you. Item F is Brunswick Electric Membership Corporation. I love saying that, BEMC, and appreciate all they have done for our city. And I would like to call on Ellie Pittenger, our electric superintendent, to begin the discussion. So thank you, Mr. Pittenger.
Good morning, Honorable Mayor, distinguished board, staff, and guests. For the past couple of years, I've worked towards listing expenses in each budget line that were always paid from that line but weren't always clearly mentioned in the line description. For examples, some of the items that are paid out of our miscellaneous section in our wholesale power bill are now listed so that they can be seen. Rotten poles, extra right-of-way trimming, that kind of thing. It's my goal for the electric budget to be as detailed as possible in every significant expense, as well as covering any possible unforeseen expenses, contingency monies to cover underground burnouts, purchasing replacement street light devices, load management service calls, that kind of thing. The primary focus for the electric budget in this 2-year work plan is system growth and the undeniable necessity of upgrading the city substation. Our substation peaks are starting to run above capacity, and even if not for these new developments that want to come into town, and I would like everybody to think about this just for a second. Every side street and back street in our beautiful city of Southport has always had vacant lots on it, and they're all being built on. So we've got that kind of growth. Individual lots all over town that have been vacant for years are being built on. The projected 2-year plan, in my opinion, must begin with this fiscal year. Another key focal point for the plan is mitigation. By adding and upgrading existing reconnectors and fault devices, we can minimize outages when they do occur, cutting down affected customers, outage length, minimizing response crews and cost. And at this point, I'm going to go ahead and turn over the presentation to our Brunswick Electric. We have Deborah Fish, Tim Tippett, and Michael Blue, and they're going to make a presentation, and then I will be back up to go over in more detail the specifics over the city electric budget. Thank you very much. Brunswick Electric.
Good morning, everyone. Your Honorable Mayor, distinguished board, Mr. Hargrove, thank y'all for having us this morning. First thing I wanted to do is introduce the team and talk about how strong a team this actually is. First of all, we got Deborah Fish. Deborah is actually a professional engineer who has been working on the operations and maintenance contract since 2005. And I will guarantee you she has got every email concerning the city and every piece of correspondence that's ever been sent between her and a city representative since she came on board. A good way to describe Deborah is, do you want to talk to the person in charge, or do you want to talk to the person that really knows exactly what is going on? And that is Deborah. She's a very strong resource for our team, does a lot of communication with city officials, with the city, and allows, Mike and I and the rest of the support team to do what it is that we do, putting lights on, putting things in the ground, hooking meters up and so forth. So she's a very integral part of the team. Michael Blue. Mike was the operations and maintenance coordinator for the contract here in the city of Southport. He has recently been promoted to district operations supervisor at the Southport Oak Island district office. So congratulations to him on his new role. Have no fear. He will still be very, very involved in the contract with the city. We're in the process of choosing his replacement. But it's very, very good to have someone on the team that has as much knowledge as he does, and then have a strong person then come behind him. And I am Tim Tippett. At one time, I was the district operations manager at the Southport Oak Island District, but now I am over all operations at Brunswick Electric. Just a little bit of background, a little bit of history. The city asked for proposals for the first contract for the operations and maintenance to their electric system in fiscal year 2001-2002. So this is actually our 20th anniversary, our 20th year actually working with the city on the operations and maintenance of the electric system, reading meters, doing all the things that need to be done to operate and maintain an electric distribution system. Brunswick Electric's relationship with the city and the electric department as it used to be prior to 2001, I've been with Brunswick Electric almost 35 years, and the first time I came in to help the city with some trouble that they had was in 1988. So in my 35 years, we've had a strong relationship with the electric department first, and now, of course, operating and maintaining the distribution electric system here in the city. To kind of further talk just a little bit about the team that is supporting you and supporting your citizens, Brunswick Electric has actually been in business for over 80 years. We have over 7,000 miles of distribution line, over 200 miles of transmission line, over 30 substations. So there's a tremendous amount of knowledge that we have available to us to support you and the citizens of the city. In addition to being in business for over 80 years, we also currently have almost 200 employees that are on the Brunswick Electric payroll, and you get a lot of support from other folks too, not just the linemen and the people who are putting the power back on, but GIS, finance, accounting, all of these folks are here to support you and the citizens of the city of Southport. So that's just a little background, a little introduction for the team here. So at this time, I'd like to pass it over to Mike Blue, who is going to talk about some projects that we have coming up. Thank you.
Like Tim said, my name is Mike Blue, and for the last several years, I have been the operations and maintenance coordinator for the city. I have worked closely with Mr. Ellie on all the city's issues, new infrastructure, any kind of problems that could come up, and with Mr. Randy on all of the tourism and decorations and so forth. So I'd like to get started with is basically with our 2021 work plan that we didn't get really a good start on, but I like to say that we are very close to finishing the North Lower project that we started on. That was between 11th and 12th Street. We're probably right now we're just waiting on Charter to come through and retire their lines off the power poles so we can go back and pull those off. Our infrastructure is in, so just waiting on Charter right now, which I went by yesterday and they are working there. So hopefully within the next couple of weeks we can put that job in the books. The reason why we chose Lower Street is not really that it was a big area, but apparently they were having a lot of growth at that time, and the infrastructure that was there could not take the capacity of what was being built at that time. That little street had, I don't know, 6 or 7 homes with potential with more growth coming. So what we did was actually went through and we didn't build for what was there. We actually built for the future as well. So as more houses are being built, like Ellie mentioned, every lot it seems like is being built on at this time. So every lot is accounted for with that price. So, and that was also true for anything that we do in the future as far as going overhead to underground. Every lot will be accounted for, whether it's being built on or housed at that time. Because it's a whole lot cheaper to build it new than to what we call piecemeal. You go through, you build for what's there, and then you have to come back, dig or bore through an existing yard, and it's always cheaper just to do it up front. So that pretty much concludes the 2021 work plan as far as what we have started. Any questions so far on that? All right. What we had on the agenda for 2021 was the Cape Fear and River Drive section. That came up with an outage with a rotten pole that took the line out. It took out all of River Drive, all of Cape Fear Drive. We were able to put new poles in to get the power back on, but we noticed that there was several more issues out there that needed to be addressed. So we did put a plan together to put that underground. As you can see the price up here. If you could show them, see, there you are. See, wiring equipment, they got $133,000 with a total for both Cape Fear and River. Cape Fear, I'm sorry, for $332,000. That would be Cape Fear Drive. And again, that would be building for each lot, not just the houses that are there now. And there is the River Drive section. And again, you can see the total cost for that is going to be $580,000. And that is everything from overhead to underground, including services as well. Because there are some houses that are still overhead. There are some underground services, but the majority of them are overhead. It's actually around 32 overhead services. And we have originally proposed boring every house for the service just because of how older the houses have been there. They're established homes. People have put in flower gardens, driveways, and sometimes you just can't trench in every service. But if we were to communicate with the homeowners, we could save $50,000 if they would allow us to trench their service instead of bore their service in. So that's something to think about for that when we start that section. Any question with those two projects? Like I said, that was actually on the 2021 work plan. Okay. Yes, sir.
Is the money for those two projects in this year's budget, or what's the status of that?
can actually start the Cape Fear Drive project under this budget year, and then continue it, as we move forward.
So then the rest of Cape Fear would be next year, and River Road would be next year.
And River Drive, correct.
Budget speaking.
Correct.
Right, River Drive. Yep. Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
Go ahead, Rich.
I just want to get clarification on the $50,000. Am I hearing you correctly that if you are allowed to trench the right-of-way, then we would be able to do the 50,000, but because people have built things on the right-of-way, you're hesitant to do that?
No, that's actually the service. That's from the road to the house.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, we found it was a lot easier to just bore the main infrastructure because the driveway's are already established. So you'd be boring about every other lot anyway. So it was just easier to bore the infrastructure. But with the houses being established, we were going to try to bore the houses as well, just because of landscaping, mainly to make it easier for the homeowner.
But we're not talking about the right-of-way, we're talking about their regular property.
Right, we're talking about the property for the 50,000.
Thank you for the
Yes, sir.
clarification.
I just had a question, and it might be for Ellie. I'm remembering a figure. We used to split, I think, the cost of putting the service to, am I remembering right, Ellie? And it was like the city paid 600 and something, and then the homeowner paid 600 and something, and then we went to paying the full amount, which is was estimated around 1,200 and something. Is that right?
We further defined that down to its citizens that want to upgrade their electric service and go ahead and underground, we do split that cost with them. And that's not related to any ongoing underground project. This is just somebody redoing, they're remodeling or something, and they just want to go, well, yeah, I'm tired of looking at this line, let's go ahead and do it underground. And we split the cost with them on it.
Okay. We still split the cost. We don't pay the whole thing.
Correct.
Okay.
And you also don't do any add-ons either. If we have to bore a customer's house because of anything they have in place, the city does not bear that cost either. That
Okay.
does go as an extra cost to the customer as well.
Okay. Oh, and we're going to discuss this trenching further, right? Okay, thank you.
And the last 21 project we had was pole replacements throughout the city. We are 30% underway with that project. And we're actually going to start on Howell Street, like heading out of town towards Walmart. So that's actually underway as well. So any questions on 2021? Okay. We'll move into the 22-23 work plan. The city asked us to pick a couple of areas that we thought would be important to put underground. Some of the areas we had, the first one is the west side of town, West Owens, West Brown, West West, off of West Moore Street. Those are old copper taps, single-phase taps, but those areas are also your highest volume of outages throughout the year. And generally, it is because of animal or right-of-way. So we would recommend that you put those streets underground as well, just because of the area that it's in. And I think for your customers, I think that'll reduce your outages pretty significantly. Yes, 1.2 million for that area. Any questions on our first recommendation? Then we would like to move over to West Moore Street, basically from Caswell to South Atlantic. That's a busy intersection with a lot of aesthetic appeal. This also complete a huge portion of our waterfront beautification that we started years back. And that section is going to be 1.5 million for that section. Yes, and that would be a rough order of magnitude. Those aren't actual numbers. Then we would like to move over to the East Moore, South Atlantic, Cape Fear. That'll be continuing our primary feed down towards the ferry, as Deborah can show you right there, and that is going to be 1.5 is, no, I'm sorry, 600,000. And that would be continuing what we did several years ago on the Fodell Street feeder, where we took that underground. That would be basically continuing it from Fodell towards the ferry. And that would almost put that entire circuit underground. And then we would end it on Howe Street, basically from the waterfront towards the substation, towards the firehouse. And that one is a rough order of magnitude of 1.5 as well. Okay. Any questions through the 28 year? Yes, ma'am. Yes. Yeah, that was actually covered in the first project, or this, I think it was actually the second project.
Well, the first and the second project
They,
will take everything from Moore to Brown underground. Everything that intersects with High Street would go underground. In the first 2023, 24, and 24, that area would be together. How it's broken up between Brunswick Avenue and all the streets that intersect, including Brunswick and North Caswell, that'll be done within the 2 years is what our goal is. So it's 2 years for us, and it's in the middle fiscal years for you guys.
so yes, it does pick up a pretty big chunk of that west side. Okay, if there's no questions on the work plan, we'll move on to some of the future growth that Ellie spoke on, proposed developments. We do have one on Soft Wind Court. I believe that's in the Hammocks development. It's 40 lots between Stewart Avenue and Fodell, and a rough order of magnitude of 125,000. But generally, that also falls on to the developer to bear that cost. So that would be on the developer when they choose to start that development. And of course, they'll also be responsible for the $1,800 per service as well. So the city won't have to bear anything on that. And the second proposed development is off of Rob Gandy Boulevard. There's 48 townhomes proposed to go there. And that developer also will have a rough order of magnitude of 100,000, not including services or streetlights.
I'm going to make a note real quick. So the infrastructure that we're talking about, there is a gray line. Sorry. The infrastructure we're talking about, there can be a gray line. When we're putting infrastructure in to support a new development, sometimes the city does put the primary infrastructure in, and then the developer would put the secondary infrastructure in, secondary being streetlights and services. But currently, with these two developments, since there isn't existing homes beyond these developments, in other words, we're not already serving loads past this development, this is normally borne by the developer or the builder. So that's the clarification. Correct.
Yes, sir. In some areas, some of the older developments, the Landing, Harbor Oaks, where infrastructure has already been put in. The city has been sometimes bearing that cost to extend the line to a new house. But usually, generally on all new construction, it's bared to the developer or a home builder. Okay. Any questions? All right, and then the third one is Osprey Landing. This one's a little different. This one will have to, the city will have to offload the feeder down Robert Rourke. So the city might have to build a new feeder to Osprey Landing just to cover the load that they will need in that development. And we already have a plan in place if that comes about to do that. And we do not have a rough order. Yes, sir.
Do we have a cost? That's not the 100,000, is it?
This is the feeder to the neighborhood entrance.
The Osprey.
The thing that you just talked about?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right.
100,000.
And under your plan, the city would pay that 100,000?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Mike,
Yes, ma'am.
the feeder, is this like how we have basically one primary feeder to the city? So would this be additional feeder, or is this something smaller than that?
This will be a three-phase line. I wouldn't call it a circuit. It'll just be a feeder off of the circuit to capture this new development. Any questions for me? That's the basically the work plan for the next 4 or 6 years. Okay, I'm going to turn it over to Deborah.
As you can tell, it's hard for me to not talk, so I did the best I could to be quiet. You saw the projects, and Mike was trying to do a good job in describing the projects before we got to the money, because sometimes, just having a vision of what we're talking about is important. So in terms of the type of funding and budget that we're looking for, one mention is that we have pole replacements still in the city. There are poles that are rotten, and we have to replace the poles. So we've started some of those, approximately a third of that, in this budget, and we'll be finished with those by June 30th. But we need to put aside another $100,000 to finish the 128 pole replacements that you have. When you have pole replacements, you have to look at why are we going from overhead to underground. One of the reasons is to eliminate this cost right here, which is replacing an old system, the poles, because they're rotten, but it's not safe, and we have to get them down. So pole replacements is a cost that you're going to incur continuously if your system is overhead, all right? In addition to that, I don't know if you're aware, but every year the city pays $55,000 in right-of-way trimming, so we put that as part of every budget year. The same situation occurs with the overhead system. As you know, you go down House Street, your line is intertwined with the trees, okay, the power lines and everything. So we have to do very careful trimming of those trees. We just can't come in and slice them off like you normally would see with right-of-way trimming in other areas. And because of that, it costs the city a little bit more money than it does, let's say, if you're going down Highway 17 or in another area. So we wanted to mention that that's always part of your budget. When the system goes underground, that cost would go away for that area, okay? The third thing that Ellie mentioned in the beginning is something we call sectionalizing. We have a model of your system, and our engineering department took this model, and they found areas that will need improvement, but with these improvements, we're going to reduce the outage time and reduce the number of customers that are out whenever there is a problem. And those have been detailed with Ellie and Tom, and they understand each one of those. But if you have some specific questions about the areas and what we're doing, we'll be happy to answer them for you. But these are basically installing fused elbows, some equipment upgrades. We have some equipment on the line that really can't interrupt the fault because of the magnitude of the fault, or the load that is now coming on that line that wasn't there before because of development. So in those instances, if that device is overloaded, we have to replace it, and that's what these costs are. And so we need to set aside about $205,000 to do these upgrades in this next year that are very important to the city. Okay, when it comes to new developments, as mentioned before, we were asked to just identify the rough order of magnitude of the cost, whether it's borne by the city or the cost is borne by the developer, and that's what we did. In case the city is going to bear some of that cost, we went ahead and put this in the work plan in your budget, but again, that's up to the city to decide which of these costs they would bear and which of these costs they would put onto the developer or the builder. Okay. Each case, just keep in mind, this is the primary infrastructure that serves the development or inside the development. Everything past that is stepped down to a lower voltage, okay, to serve lights and to serve houses. That is normally borne by the builder or the customer or the developer. But your infrastructure, is the primary lines that are coming from the substation. And as Mike mentioned, the substation, you have 5 feeders currently, and then you have 1 feeder from Duke Energy feeding your entire substation. So Duke Energy has a little bit higher voltage line that comes in and feeds your entire substation. So 1 feeder, then you have 5 feeders, and this is just building that infrastructure up to serve new potential developments. And this is what the city needs to look at and consider. The developments can't come in if you can't serve them. Okay? And that is approximately $325,000 to set aside in the next year budget as these developments come about. If they don't come into fruition next year, then it will be extended to the following year. Finally, as Mike mentioned, the overhead to underground project that we recommend you start with is the West Bay to West Brown, the side streets, including Brunswick and North Caswell. What we'd like to do is we would like you to consider, since we would like to finish Cape Fear and River Drive by the end of 2024, we'd like to order material for this, 2022. We'd like to order the material in 2023 and start the project in 2023 with the understanding, so put half of that in the 2023 budget and then finish the project with the next year budget. So we split it into 2-year budgets. So there's $600,000 in your first year, $600,000 in your second year, for a total of about $1.2 million for the next year to build your electrical infrastructure. And then the next year budget, as you can see, we have the right-of-way trimming, all the pole replacements are complete. You would then finish that project we just described, reduce the outages, that's another $600,000. And finally, to get everything from Moore all the way to the waterfront is a rough order of magnitude of about $600,000, so that everything on that side of House Street all the way to West Brown would be underground. And that would finish your 23-24 budget. And that's as far as we've gone in terms of your next years. But we did lay out in the map earlier what we see as your next vision, which would be the remainder of Moore, and then finally to get House Street underground. That is all we have. Oh, no, sorry. Sorry about that. Next is another new development that we were asked to look into, and this is the Indigo Project, which I'm sure you're all familiar with. This is just we were also asked how the city can serve the Indigo Project. So there are 2 options, viable options to serve the Indigo Project. The first one is a new delivery point. We're going to call this option 1. You, just as I mentioned before, you have 1 line coming into your substation right now. We're looking at there is a Duke Energy line, tapping off that other line, which is a different circuit, and dropping another delivery point, which is another substation. Why, you ask? This new load is potentially 10 MVA, and as that relates to your current load for your entire city, the current load is about 15 MVA for your entire city. So we're talking about 10 MVA with the new development, and you currently have 15 MVA. Okay, so a new delivery point is your first option. This rough order of magnitude is $2 million for the substation, the feeders. There would possibly be a Duke Energy feeder upgrade. We don't know if that's true or not, and we don't know what that cost would be, so we just are putting that down. Then there's another option for the future. If you can imagine this, you have one feeder, one substation, and so if that one feeder of Duke Energy is out, your entire city is out, okay? So this option provides you the opportunity to get a second delivery point into the city, and for about $1 million more, tie that delivery point to your other substation where a majority of the time you can back up your entire city with a second feeder. That's not during peak, but off peak for both of those delivery points. So you now have a backup delivery point to the city, which is something that I've been here 17 years that we have been looking for to do for 17 years, just some way to back up at least a portion of the city in case that feeder's out. So that's option number one. Any questions about that one?
I'm not sure if my question is for the city manager or for you. Who pays for all of that, for that development? Under the law, to have the development approved, can the city say they have to pay for it since they're the big, we're doubling the size of the city, they need all that power? Legally, I'm not saying politically who pays for it, but legally, what are the options for paying for that?
In our current contract with the city, and that includes your fee schedule, if a new development comes around, the developer pays for any infrastructure upgrades currently necessary to the city.
And that conversation, is all of that specifically or exclusively for that development? In other words, could the developer say, well, we'll pay half because only half of that infrastructure is needed for us, and the other half is needed for the city?
Now, that's the key point.
Okay.
So if you want to use this substation as a backup to your existing customers, that would be a benefit for you.
Everybody.
For everybody to put the delivery point in, and for the city to bear the cost of that, because you're not going to just isolate that. And keep in mind, too, you can have a feeder out to all your existing customers that are on this other substation. And then this other feeder can be on, there isn't an outage, and you'll have just this portion of your city has power while the rest of your city does not. And it's very difficult to explain that situation when, sorry, you're fed by this other substation and we put a new substation in for the Indigo.
So if we did I'm going to call it the Cadillac plan here, the total cost is $3 million, and the break between what that development may have to pay and what the city would have to pay, is it as simple as 50-50, or is it some other mathematical number?
Yeah, this is, when it comes to this, we expected this $3 million to be bringing power to the beginning of that development. This has nothing to do with the actual infrastructure within the development. They're going to need power.
No, I'm not talking about the lines inside the city.
Right.
I'm talking about, if I'm reading this correctly, it's $3 million for that proposal, and some portion of that is for that development alone, and some portion of it could be argued would be for the city as a whole, as we just discussed, or you just discussed. Is it 50-50, or what's the number? What's the break?
I can't answer it.
Okay.
I can't.
Yes, sir.
Really, I think the choice would be up to the board. You could ask them to bear 100% of the cost. You could 50-50, 70-30. That decision would be entirely up to you.
So I'd like to weigh in on this. So actually, Alderman Rich, we have a meeting tomorrow by Zoom with city staff, has a meeting tomorrow with our legal team of Fox and Rothschild that will be helping us craft our development agreement. This will be part of this conversation that we're having here today. Will be part of that conversation, what we're legally able to do. And so we'll have a little bit more information for you at that time when we complete that conversation.
Thank you, sir, and I really appreciate that we're moving forward in today's world with this kind of discussion, which hasn't always been the case in many years past.
Right, and again, the question was, how can the city serve the development? And our engineering team made two proposals. So this is the first proposal. The second proposal, it will go back to something that Ellie has mentioned before about the substation upgrade. Keeping in mind that you're having new developments, the second proposal is to add 2 new feeders into your existing substation. They are there. We have spare bays there. To bore these feeders out, it's approximately 3/4 of a mile to the entrance of the development and feed the development from your existing substation. Now, in this scenario, you are going to have to upgrade the Duke Energy-owned transformers that are currently approximately 15 MVA of capacity. You're going to have to double them. So you're going to need 30 MVA at that delivery point to serve this load, and you can do the math. So we have 15 and 10 is 25, and that leaves you 5 MVA for any additional developing that you could potentially have in the city or additional loads. So this is using what you have, upgrading your transformers to a larger capacity, serving load from one delivery point. Rough order magnitude is $1 million for the transformers, the 2 feeder breakers, $2 million, plus Duke Energy will have to upgrade their existing line to the city or potentially dual circuit it, because they told us that they're reaching their capacity of the line feeding the city as it is now. And so, you know, there will be a cost there to upgrade that line, which would be good for the city to have that line upgraded. So that's your option number 2. Any questions about those? These are summarized right here. And there are a couple of notes on them. So option 1 requires land and Duke Energy Electricity's cooperation to get a delivery point, okay? We're assuming there would be a feeder upgrade to put 10 MVA at that line that's currently serving Bald Head. We think that Duke Energy would have some type of feeder upgrade there. And then 3-phasing, you don't have to do this immediately, but taking the lines back to the other substation, it increases reliability. Okay, that's option 1. Option 2, you need to upgrade your transformers, as Ellie was mentioning. 30 MVA would be the size you would do because of this new development. Then you would upgrade your circuit from Duke. We know we're going to need that. And then there'll be a direct tie to the development. And that is the end of our presentation.
Can I ask a question? So, and this may be getting too far down into this, and if so, Gordon, just tell me and we can save it for another day. But so option 1 and option 2 are the same cost. Obviously, they both provide the new Indigo development with the power they need. Which one provides the rest of the city with greater redundancy and resiliency when a hurricane comes? Either of them? I mean, is it the same? Is either one of them better than the other? I heard you say something. Is it the second option has a separate feeder line?
Right.
Is it coming from somewhere else that might provide us greater?
Option 1 is going to be the option, if it's viable, if you can get the delivery point, that would provide 2 different substations to the city and then a potential backup for the city's existing customers and substation. And now, they're 2 different Duke Energy feeders, but they're coming out of the same Duke Energy substation. So if that substation is out, both feeders are out, the city's out. But that's a very major storm, and, you know, that could happen.
General option 1 would provide us with greater, would essentially be the preferred option because it gives the rest of the city greater. Gordon's nodding, so thank you.
Any other questions?
Any other questions for the panel?
I just have a comment that we've long wanted to have another feeder because that's been the weak link. That's what I've been told over and over again.
Well, thank you for your time.
Thank you. That was an excellent presentation. Thank y'all. All right. It looks like we are to have Mr. Pittenger come back and give us more insight. So thank you, Mr. Pittenger.
Very briefly, the rest of my budget for the electric department is pretty much status quo. Buy and install 100 more load management switches. The things we talked about with the Brunswick Electric's presentation are in here with the new developments, right away trimming the mitigation projects, things we usually do, 100 electric meter collars. We do have a Public Works generator maintenance contract. The electrical department portion would be $12,065 a year. Next Grid software fees, $5,000. Ecobee smart thermostats, just under $8,000. Load management infrastructure, $3,000 there. Installation of them. I've still got, as a backup as necessary to serve these two neighborhoods, is to erect two 30-foot aluminum poles with power for load management infrastructure, and they would be $2,500 apiece. Contingency plan for load management, $25,000. The lease on my service vehicle is just under $7,000 a year, and possibly replace my computer. Bottom line on this total budget, $6 million covered everything we talked about over the next couple of years, the 2 years, and then beyond that. The next version of this electric department breakdown will be specifically for the 22-23 fiscal year budget by itself, and it won't look at all the other things beyond that. The one thing I'll be working with Melanie on this next upcoming budget is the hiring of one full-time employee to replace personnel that are nearing retirement in the department, and that would be me. This May 16th is going to mark my 2-year period. I'm looking at May 16th, 2024 as my retirement date, and in all likelihood I will stay and just work out the rest of that fiscal year. But anyway, that's really all I have for the electric department. I believe. Did they get this page in their packets? Because I've got. Okay, because I had copies. And are there any questions? Thank you very much for your time. I'll be seeing you soon.
Thank you, Mr. Pittenger. So again, no further questions for Mr. Pittenger. Okay, great. In looking at the schedule, is that right, City Manager? Time for a break? Okay, how long will that be? 10:15. Okay, 15 minutes. All right, if you could take your seats, please, we'll get started. Our next speaker is Mr. Jeffrey Brown. He's the Brunswick County Vector Control Supervisor. We'll be talking about mosquito control, and to put it into historical perspective, you know, this is the 160th anniversary of the yellow fever outbreak in Wilmington, 1862. It was brought in on the blockade runner Kate, and then these mosquitoes spread this disease throughout our area. So the mitigation of not only the nuisance of mosquitoes, but mosquito-borne illnesses, viral illnesses, is important to our city, that we have, ultra-low volume, that we spray at the correct time, and things like that, and we protect pollinators. So I look forward to this presentation and discussion. So thank you, Mr. Brown.
Thanks, sir. Thanks, everybody, for inviting me. All right. I started doing mosquito control in 1982 when I joined the United States Air Force. I've been a proponent of integrated pest management and its practices since I was 20 years old. So it's about 40 years of practice you're going to go through. I'm going to go through and show you how we're regulated, talk about some of the public health issues, talk about how IPM works and decisions that we make that the citizens typically don't ever see. What most citizens see is the truck. That's the last thing we do. By the time we're running the truck, we've exhausted all our other options. We work very close with David with the city of Southport. He knows our phone number. If he gets into something a little complicated, happy to talk to him. It's just, we've got a great working relationship with every municipality in Brunswick County and hope to continue. So, that being said, here we go. Public health. Look at that, yellow fever. First slide. Right there, you're looking good. Then in 1933, Eastern equine encephalitis was in Massachusetts. Eastern equine encephalitis is endemic to North Carolina. It's here. It's a bird virus that cycles through the bird population. Sir. Oh, okay. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm used to you just hollering in a room. In 1989, in North Carolina, Aedes albopictus was introduced. It's a container mosquito. The only place it's going to lay an egg is in a container. It's not a salt marsh. It's not a woodland pool. It's not a permanent piece of water. Flower pots, buckets, tires, 5-gallon buckets. That took a while to figure out how to control. 1996 is the first time the state of North Carolina went aerial with a mosquito response. So that was Hurricane Fran. They did it again in 1999. That was a state-driven project. In 1999, West Nile virus was introduced on the East Coast. Again, that one's also endemic to North Carolina. In 2014, chikungunya virus was brought to the East Coast. 2015, Zika virus to our area. And then 2017 was Hurricane Florence, which is probably recent enough where most of you remember that. So that's an oversight of what happened recently. Regulatory oversight. Who's in charge of keeping track of what mosquito control people do? The United States Environmental Protection Agency is the agency that authorizes the use of pesticides and authorizes the application rates. They do a lot of research and require a lot of licensing before they authorize a pesticide to be used in the United States. There's another office called the Office of Water in the EPA. That agency regulates the National Pollution Discharge Elimination System. That's the one that said, okay, you guys are applying products. Now we need you to make sure you're doing integrated pest management. And that's what that NPDS deal is about. Public health mosquito control is about exactly that, minimizing the exposure and risk to humans. So we work with the Centers of Disease Control. Actually, the first book I ever got in mosquito control was their arbovirus guidelines, and that's pretty much what I've modeled most of everything I've done off of. The other thing the EPA does is a post-disaster response. They're the ones that say the disaster is bad enough or significant enough where it's hampering reconstruction efforts, and they will authorize funding through FEMA, which with FEMA, the record keeping, the justifications, the reasons, you've got to have pretty accurate records just to make sure you get your reimbursement from FEMA. All right, so that's the federal level. North Carolina. They registered pesticides for use in North Carolina. They cover applicator licensing. Everybody that runs a mosquito truck has a Category B pesticide license. They have to be trained on safe use of pesticides. They have to be trained on public health pesticide applications, which is a foundation based in integrated pest management. Annual training that North Carolina requires continuing educations for us to keep our licenses. Interestingly enough, Brunswick County, my shop, my staff have put on a state-credited workshop for the last 15 years. So every municipality typically shows up in Brunswick County early spring. We all get together, trade stories, make sure our machines are calibrated to meet the state requirement, and we get our continuing education. And if there's issues or things we need to work through, we try to work through it as a team. So, real quickly, I joined the Air Force in '82. The CDC's arbovirus guidelines came out in '93. I wrote a paper about Hurricane Fran in '97. West Nile virus showed up in '99. I researched and wrote another paper on Eastern equine encephalitis in 2003. Somewhere in 2007 to 12, FEMA codified emergency mosquito control. Up until that point, it was you work for the CDC. Now there's a set of rules and guidelines that you've got to follow. You've got to have that information. So in a post-disaster situation, if you go to Appendix G, that's a mosquito abatement deal. In 2009, the American Mosquito Control Association came out with their best management practices. In 2011, the NPDS became law, so we have to have a permit. We get inspected every couple of years. We get a permit renewed every year. In 2013, there was a mosquito called Atlanticus tormentor that in the last 100 years, nobody's been able to separate. My former boss and I sat down and did it in a weekend and published a paper about it, so that's a big deal to me. 2022, what I learned from emergency response activities in Brunswick County, I got with Roxanne Conley, who's the head of the CDC's vector-borne division, and she and I wrote a paper on the process and the criteria for handling a disaster response. That's still in publication. The other interesting or novel thing is Aedes albopictus was introduced into North Carolina in 1989. Culex Aedes japonicus in 2003, and Culex coronator in 2008. So we're not talking about a static thing. We've got things coming in, things leaving. You know, you're dealing with a biological organism. Real quick, and I think David and I are listed about talking about the same thing. So we're going to talk about the public health, regulatory oversight, milestones, integrated pest management. So we're going to get into the meat of it next. So here we go. Integrated pest manager is made up of a number of things. The first thing is surveillance. If you're going to apply a product to control a pest, the first rule of pest control is know what you're identify the pest, know the biology of the pest, know what you've got to do to address it. The next thing you'll try is biological control. It's hard to recognize predaceous diving beetles in the water. Dragonflies, everybody knows. Typically, there's a mosquito fish called Gambusia affinis. It's native to North Carolina. If a pond's got Gambusia affinis in it, typically you're not going to get any mosquito production out of it, very minimal, and you wouldn't really need to make an application. So you're looking at these kind of things when you're out investigating a habitat to find out what's going on in the system. Physical control and source reduction. 50 years ago, when the Clean Water Act came in, before that they did a lot of ditching and things like that. The Clean Water Act changes how marshes are managed, and it's a regulatory deal where there's not really much you can do in that regard anymore. Then we go into public education. You talk to the homeowner, you find out what's going on. See if you can find a mosquito in the area. Look at habitats and come up with a solution. If you can larvicide something with a product that's organic or certified organic and stop a population from flying, maybe you don't have to make that adulticide application. And then again, the adulticiding, certified projects, trained personnel is the key, and the timing of the application matters. Then we'll go into record keeping. So, first rule, identify the pest. Worldwide, there's over 3,000 species of mosquitoes. The United States, about 160, or 76, excuse me. North Carolina, I think that number is about 64 now. And then in Brunswick County, there's 48 different species of mosquitoes. Each one has its own biology. Each one has its own preferences. So that's information that you try to take into account before you spray. Life cycle of a mosquito is just like the life cycle of a butterfly. Egg, larva, pupa, and adult. Whoops. We'll go to triple E transmission. Most of the arboviruses, West Nile virus, Eastern equine encephalitis, are bird viruses. They naturally cycle in the environment. There's certain times where the bird population is more susceptible because it hasn't been around in a year, and that virus starts circulating. We are what's called a dead-end host. In order for triple E to be transmitted, there's a mosquito called Culicida melanura. That's the maintenance vector for this virus. The maintenance vector is responsible for bird-to-bird transmission. All right, if a bird gets triple E, it's going to be infectious for about 72 hours, and then it's fine. It's like catching a cold. It's better, and it's got antibodies to deal with it. The problem is when it jumps out of the bird population into the mammal population. Typically, that's in the form of horses more often than humans. In order for the bridge vector population to work, a mosquito species has to find that exact same bird that was infectious for that 72-hour window and bite that bird, and then that virus has to amplify inside the mosquito for about 7 to 10 days before it's got enough virus in it where it's transmissible. It's an incredibly delicate cycle. It doesn't take much to disrupt it, but when it happens, there's no cure for triple E. It's Eastern equine encephalitis, it's brain swelling. There's not much you can do about it other than run its course. So, pretty serious stuff. Brunswick County has a website. David knows about it. All those mosquito species, we've got data going back, some of them over 30 years. With the data, we trap and identify, and we know what populations, we know what mosquitoes are coming from and where. The hard part is knowing when to make the application. We've got traps that we run 7 days a week, 365 days a year. The data is transferred over to a weekly format, a monthly format, and an annual format. So we can go back and say this species of mosquito is most active at this time of year. That's all important for a decision to make a pesticide application. There's a list of all the mosquito species we have. We update it every year. It's got the biology of the mosquito. It's got a picture of the mosquito if we get one. Seasonality. Now the tricky part of this stuff is you know what time of year it's going to come out, but you don't know how much it's going to rain. And mosquito guys is about as good as a weatherman. You can't predict what's going to happen. Most of what we do is responding to environmental conditions and anticipating with what's going to happen. If you're going to larvicide something, you've got about 5 days in the summertime to get everything treated before things start emerging. So you're on the clock after it rains, you find mosquito larvae, and hopefully the sites are mapped and you know where to go, because they'll typically go back to the same spot. But anyway, reproductive potential. There's mosquitoes that can produce 5 or up to 12 broods of mosquitoes a year. That's 5 generations mathematically. Cut in half for all the females. So in a perfect world with no controls, no environmental triggers, no balancing from nature of itself, because nature helps out a lot, those numbers can get really big really quick. I must really like this slide. Biological control: dragonflies, Gambusia affinis, predaceous diving beetles, bats, and purple martins. They've done gut studies on purple martins and bats. There are times of the year where they do a really good job for mosquitoes. Typically, it's about the day after they hatch. All of a sudden, you'll see purple martins swarming in an area just working. But as a rule, most insects and most animals are going to find the easiest meal possible. I mean, if you got a choice between a great big fat moth or chasing 25 little mosquitoes around that are flying, they're going to go for the moth. But there are times that I've seen it work. Physical controls, again. The Clean Water Act changed a lot how things were done in waterways, marshes, etc. They do a really good job of keeping track of the marsh and making sure it's doing its job that it's set there naturally to do. Public education. If a citizen requests service in Brunswick County, and typically it's a time-related thing, early in the season, if we can do the citizen investigation, say, all right, this is what's going on, you have this mosquito, or there's a spot next to your house, we can put it on a treatment schedule for larviciding and address it. A lot of times, we'll get out and the resident will be new to the area. And they're like, well, I didn't have mosquitoes like this back home. Well, you're not living next to the ocean yet, back home, so things are a little different. So a lot of times they're saying the mosquitoes are terrible, and you're like, no, it's really pretty normal for this time of year here. And so it's an education component. It's like, oh, okay, well, as long as you're saying this is normal, because you got to figure out what the new normal is. We also do community events. We'll talk to homeowners associations, things like that. Community events, we'll hand out tip and toss information. Surprisingly enough, fly swatters go over really, really good for mosquito control. That amazes me. But it's had our phone number on it and what to do. And, do not spray areas. We're going to work with the citizens the best way we know how to work. If a citizen has an allergy to a petroleum-based product, which is typically what happens, we put them on a do not spray list. We'll go out, we'll look at their environment and see maybe the solution is public education, maybe the solution's larviciding. We do our best to work with every member of the community. The tricky part is you got members that want to be sprayed and you got members that don't want to be sprayed. So it's a neighborhood thing and it's a community thing. Our job is to facilitate as much as possible and find a solution that works for everybody. The larviciding projects we use are certified organic. Now it's an interesting thing, certified organic pesticide. Basically, it comes down to all the ingredients are organic. The active ingredient's organic, the carrier's organic. The reality of it is, it's still a pesticide. It's designed to have an effect on an organism. So, spray drift of pesticides. The products we use come out in somewhere between 18 and 24 microns. They're designed to float over the air on a calm wind and go about 300 feet. They'll stay in the air about 4.2 minutes. This is a product that we use. It's Biomist 315. That's the same one you use, right, David? 315. It's same product, different label, different manufacturer. First thing everybody's taught when they go to work in mosquito control is the label is the law. It's a federal law. To use a product not in accordance with the label is a violation of a federal law. You've got your LD50, tells you safety precautions. A lot of that goes toward, for the guy doing the work that's handling the product, what to wear, that kind of stuff. It has a oral and dermal toxicity, lets you know how safe things are, or safe relatively. I threw this up here just to give you a little perspective about what an LD50 is. An LD50 is a lethal dose to kill half a test population of animals. So these are all oral LD50s, water. We're 70% water. So 90,000 parts per million is how much water it will take before it starts affecting you as a person. Where'd it go? Did I? Can you back me up? Lower? That one. Wow. All right. Sugar, just common sugar, table sugar, has an LD50 at 29,000 parts per million. The product we use has a LD50 of greater than 5,000 parts per million. Pesticides are classified in 3 different ways. 0 to 50 is highly toxic, 50 to 500 is moderately toxic, and 500 to 5,000 is slightly toxic. Anything above that is considered slightly toxic. So we're using the least toxic product we can find that still does the job. Table salt, 3,000 milligrams per kilogram. Nicotine, 50 parts per million, is going to start affecting you. Again, there's labels the law. There is no such thing as a completely safe pesticide. They're designed to kill something. The way it works is the EPA regulates it. We look at the dose, the controls. Every year we collect mosquitoes, send them to Eastern Carolina University, and our product is tested for how well it works against the mosquitoes we're targeting. So that we can pick a rate of application and keep that minimum rate of application where we're getting good control but not developing insect resistance. You've got the brand name, the active ingredients, 3%, 15%, and then other 2 inert ingredients. These are ready-to-use products. There's no mixing. You can't make them stronger. There's also a section on there about how it affects humans and domestic animals. The environmental hazards, first thing we're looking for. Where can you spray it? Is it safe to spray? What are the restrictions? The products that we use for mosquito control are designed to be used in urban environments. They're designed to be worked around people. That being said, if the truck's coming and the light's flashing and you hear it coming, it's probably a good idea to go in the house, just because that kind of avoidance is a good practice. You've got your physical and chemical hazards, directions for use. This is the stuff that we make sure that we do before that truck runs. Reentry statements. Pesticides that are more toxic typically have reentry statements. We have one that's licensed or labeled for use in urban areas. There is no reentry statement. Have you seen a golf course spray something and then flag it off? That's an area where you got to wait till the product is dry before you go in there. That's it. That's what they're talking about there. Storage and disposal. How you dispose of the empty containers matters. There's rules that tell us how to do all of that. The signal words, again, danger, warning, caution. When I joined the service in the early 80s, how many of you remember DDT? It's an chlorine, and it persists in the environment for a long time, years. Then they switched to organophosphates, which didn't have as much residual. Now everything, the bulk of the products out there are synthetic pyrethroids. They break down in a day or two due to the sunlight or hitting the soil, and there's not anything byproduct-wise that metabolizes or sticks around. Oil extracts, environmentally friendly things. You see labeled, you see advertised. If you read the label, and remember the label's law, we're regulated by the EPA to follow the label. It says this product has not been registered by the United States Environmental Protection Agency. Pacific Shore Holdings represents that the product qualifies for an exemption from the registration under FIFRA. So they're saying it's an organic product, we don't have to register it with the EPA. The thing that gets us is everything we do is regulated by the EPA. If it's not labeled for use, we're not going to use it. So there's a number of products out there. If you want to get right down to it, look at the EPA. There should be an EPA registration number that authorizes us to use the product. It's got to be licensed for use in the state of North Carolina. If it doesn't say that, that's not a solution that we can really address. Record keeping, mosquito collections, citizen requests. When we run the spray truck, we're required to keep those records for 3 years. From a budgeting standpoint, if you keep track of how much money you're spending on products and how many applications you're using, you can figure out what cost per year you've got to deal with. Obviously, a hurricane shows up, your chemical budget pretty much goes out the window just because you're spraying as hard as you can. Rainfall data, this is the part we use, and we use it a lot. We monitor 7 rain stations from the National Weather Service across Brunswick County, and we take the mosquito data, overlay it on the rainfall data. So we know what area of the 900 square miles in Brunswick County we need to be focusing on based on what time of year. The hard part about the mosquito control end of things, post-hurricane, if most of the mosquitoes we deal with are what they call floodwater mosquitoes. They're areas where the eggs are laid up the landscape. The eggs have to dry out before they'll hatch. So the mosquito typically lays eggs as the water recedes down a woodland pool on the side of the ground. It's got to dry out and become conditioned. For it to become conditioned, then it's got to rain again. All right, so if it rains an inch and it fills up a quarter of the woodland pool, a quarter of the mosquitoes are going to hatch. In a post-hurricane situation, you drop 23 inches of rain on it, it's going to fill up everything. And there's mosquito eggs that have been laying out there for as long as 5 years. They're just waiting to get flooded up. They're really quite something. Citizen requests, you can figure out what mosquito species are causing requests from your citizens just by tracking where your citizens at. There's a lot of graphing and a lot of Excel type work. We've got templates for it. Adulticide applications, the same game. In 2007, we met with the city of Southport and we did an evaluation of Southport for GIS components. We looked at property boundaries, the streets, the city limits, and figured out, okay, where are the mosquitoes in Southport? It takes a long time to get used to reading orthophotography for mosquito control. I mean, it takes a while, but you can learn it. You identify, all right, where are the mosquitoes coming from? What is the area we're trying to protect is basically what it comes down to. 2 elevations in 2-foot increments. That tells you what the slope is. It lets you know where the water comes in and the transitions, because remember we talked about that floodwater mosquito? So now you're going to start working areas like this or up in here, trying to figure out where exactly those mosquitoes are coming from. Wetlands. You can have landlocked swamps, salt marsh, woodland pool. The mosquito Culiceta melanura that does the Eastern equine encephalitis maintenance vector is typically found in a black gum swamp. So if you know where those are, you can go out and look at that. There's disposal facilities the Corps engineers used to have up and down the coast. They got them from Southport to Virginia. Well, they got them from South Carolina to Virginia, sorry. The Corps engineers doesn't fund that program anymore. So that falls on me and the county. We get out and run from South Carolina to New Hanover County at least once a month, and more if the weather requires it. We've got most of the sites mapped, and we keep them treated as regularly as possible. If it rains 4 or 5 inches and we're not sure whether the product's there, we're going back out there to check. So if you estimate the flight range as a half mile for all the freshwater mosquito species in Southport, you get an idea that it pretty much covers everything. Again, the website will tell you what species you're playing with. If David gets a mosquito that he's not sure about, he gives it to us. We'll put it under the scope. We worked with him in indigo last year because things got happening in indigo last year. I'd like to say that we're perfect at what we do, but it's a biological organism. It does things. You know, you're adjusting to everything. We do the best we can as safely as we can for the citizens and the environment. A lot of the GIS work, you can look at it on a map. Until you go out and walk it and figure out what's there, you're not going to know whether you need a pesticide application or not. You look at the situation. If there's an area out there that's permanent water, there's dragonflies flying all over the place, you see the minnows, there's really no reason to treat it. You'll monitor it, but you don't actually have to treat it. So you got to get out of the truck and you got to do some climbing through the marsh and the swamp to figure things out. Woodland pools. Southport's got their share of woodland pools. Everybody in Brunswick does. Indigo Plantation's got some stuff down there. When things dry out completely down there, how long do they stay dry? And how much fluctuation do you get? Those, sir?
Is it the same with Carolina Bays?
Woodland pools are deeper. Carolina bays are typically bigger. They're denser. They're the plant species briars. They're tougher to get into. When Carolina Bay is basically a pocosin. It's a swamp on a hill. So there's a pile of chelated iron underneath it, so it doesn't drain like it's supposed to. In an extremely dry year, your Carolina Bays will straight dry all year. Nothing will happen. It all depends on how much rain and how much you have the previous year as to what you got going on. Woodland pools are deeper and they tend to dry out completely a lot quicker. The water doesn't hold like a Carolina Bay would. Ditches, you can find some. Typically, you can find bigger concentrations of mosquitoes by going in the woods, looking at the woodland pools, working the Carolina Bays. There may be a few, but the numbers typically don't justify a treatment in my mind. Human disturbance. Nothing a mosquito likes better than human disturbance. You turn up the grass or the dirt and they're attracted to lay eggs in this given area. Typically, a system will naturalize in 5 to 7 years, but for 4 or 5 years, you can pretty much count on having to treat an area like that. That's a woodland pool. Black gum. See how it's lower? Fresh saltwater transition. Different species of mosquitoes tolerate different levels of salinity. Typically, you can look at the plants out there, and if you know the saltwater plants, you can tell pretty much what the salinity is going to be. The things that make saltwater mosquitoes very successful at what they do is their biology is such that they can tolerate the salt concentration while they're developing. Dragonflies, predaceous insects, the mosquito fish Gambusa finis, they're freshwater insects. They don't do well in salt. So they found that little niche where there's not a lot of predators and they can be successful. So, in conclusion, developing an IPM program that uses pesticides judiciously should be the goal of every program. There is really not a school. I mean, we've got workshops, but you can't say, I'm going to go to NC State and learn how to do mosquito control. Everywhere you go, the biology of the mosquitoes are different. You've got to learn where you're at. David, you've been with them for about 4 years now? Spraying for 2. I like working with David. If he's got a question, he'll call. And I've got staff that enjoy very much working with him. The hard part about mosquito control is making the time to do the work. This is what I do 8 hours a day, 40 hours a week. Everybody in Southport's not any different than any other municipality. It is an additional duty for somebody in a municipality to address the mosquito end of it. It just makes it challenging. So we work with what we got. So your support of the program will go a long way toward developing and maintaining the best mosquito practices in Southport. Does anybody have any questions?
I don't know if this is for David or for yourself, but besides the areas that are designated no spray, is it assumed that the whole city gets sprayed at once, or are some communities not sprayed?
That's what the NPDS stuff was about. When I first started, and this was 2000 or so, typically a municipality, if they routed a truck, wanted to make sure everybody got sprayed. So everybody gets the same level of service. The reality of it is, if the mosquitoes are over on the left-hand side of town, that's where you need to be spraying. I mean, if you're spraying, the numbers aren't there on the right-hand side, you're not using the product effectively. And I've had this discussion with my leadership. There's years where I have to spend a lot of effort on the coast with salt marsh mosquitoes. There's other times where nothing's happening on the coast and we're working our tails off inland. So if you look at the big picture over time, it balances itself out. But to say every program should spray on Wednesday just because that's what the schedule says, that's really not what the NPDS permit says. That's not what the AMCA's best management practices says. It says find the mosquitoes and address that population.
So that's what's done here in Southport. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We call it, we either run full routes, we spot spray, or we're doing investigations. Ma'am.
What's the effective period of a spray?
The mosquito spray is designed to kill what's in the air when that molecule's in the air. So remember the slide I showed you that said 4.2 minutes? Mosquitoes are diurnal. They fly at dusk and dawn. My experience says they fly better in the evening, right? You know when, right before the sun goes down and the wind lays down just a little bit, that's when the mosquitoes are typically coming out. So you've got a spray window of about 4 hours. And the way Southport's set up, it's a little easier to address because you've got the road infrastructure where you can cover everything, and that stuff with a little 3-mile-an-hour window waft through and kill the mosquitoes that are actively flying. So as long as that molecule's in the air, about 4 minutes.
What I meant by the question was, let's say you spray on Monday. When are you going to have to come back and spray again?
Well, it depends on how big the mosquito population is. Typically, early in the year, we can get away with larviciding, public education, doing some spot sprays because that population hasn't really built. If you get an area that's been left alone, remember the slide I did with the multiple generations? If you got that many mosquitoes, you're going to have to hit it every couple of days to address what you've got. The tricky part is an adult mosquito lives about 3 weeks. So if you're addressing numbers, first week or two you should be pretty much back that population down. The problem is that third week is where it's most likely to transmit a disease. So basically, you're looking at an ongoing problem for 3 weeks, and you're evaluating all the time saying, have we got what we need, and can we back off?
So that I understand this, you spray, and let's just take a one block area.
Okay.
You spray. Have you killed everything in that block? The adults as well as any larvae?
The ULV only addresses adult flying mosquitoes.
I'm sorry?
The mosquito sprayer only addresses adult mosquitoes.
Okay.
You've got to have that other area mapped, and you'd use a different product to treat the water for the larvae.
Okay.
The droplets are designed, that micron size that they tell us is designed to have enough product in it to take out a mosquito. Bigger insects shouldn't be that much trouble.
I'm trying to understand this.
Uh-huh.
So if you kill the adults, right, you still have the larvae unless they've also been treated, right?
Right.
And
The way
then they mature. I know you had that up there, but I don't remember it.
Okay. The way this works, typically the way we address things is we're planned, we're licensed, calibrated, ready, set up to go. All right. If you get a 4-inch rainfall, so you got a lot of water out. We've got dippers. We go evaluate sites. If there's larvae in the water, and there's 4 larval instars in a mosquito, so they develop in 4 stages as larvae. Then they'll go to pupa. So you've got, depending on time of year, 3 to 5 days to address the larval population. When it pupates, it's a non-feeding stage, just like a cocoon in a butterfly. It's not going to do anything. And then it emerges as an adult. When the larvae are done, they switch to adults, and then you target your adults. So you do the larviciding first, and then you mop up with your ULV. Again, I'm as good as the weatherman. It all depends. I've seen years where the weather comes and it rains perfectly every 2 to 3 weeks, and you're just a constant battle all year. I've seen years where it's rained 26 inches where it's normally 52, and your spray goes way down, your larviciding goes way down because the work's not there. So it all depends on what the weather's doing and the time of year. Again, we try to hold the line, larviciding, public education, and spot spraying just as long as we can. Typically, July is too hot for most mosquitoes. They're not going to do anything. After July, those populations start really building hard. So we start actively doing mosquito control, larviciding, and mapping typically in April. And in a best case scenario, I can hold off till July, and we probably have to spray till the end of October. With me? Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. And thanks for being here. This is awesome. In the packet, and I don't know if you're familiar with it, there was an EPA study they put in our packet that talked about bees and spraying for bees in contract situations, which is sort of different. And one of the things that was in this study, but it's a wholly different thing because I guess they're bringing in new bees every year because it's called contract. And I'm guessing that's a factory farm.
Contract spraying or contract beekeeping?
Contract bees.
Okay.
Yeah. So I think that's a wholly different thing. But it mentions, you said the 50, I don't know what you call it.
LD 50.
The lethal dose 50. And then it talked about being able to use a 25. They called it something else, RT 25% in this study, which meant that according to it, it said short residual toxicity time of 6 hours or less with a maximum acute risk rate of 25% to the bees. That's kind of what's talked about in this study.
Okay.
And this is what the EPA used for some labeling. So I just wonder, where the chemicals that we're using, are they the 50% dose or are they the 25%?
Our product says
kill?
Bees are highly sensitive, all right?
Right.
The products we're using are the ones that they're talking about, but there's more to it than that. We work with over 100 beekeepers in Brunswick County.
Right.
David, you've got, what, 5? Okay. So what we work with individual beekeepers. You have hives where? Where are they located? Well, if they're 800 yards back in the woods, we're not going to get to them. Typically, the label of the product says you should spray after dark. If we've got routes with beekeepers in them, we work with the beekeepers. Will you spray it after dark? Absolutely, no problem. I don't want you to spray at all. Sure, not a problem. So we're really, really proud of how well we do with the beekeepers. I talk to the Brunswick County Beekeepers Association every couple of years, and they know just, I got bees. Well, you need to call Jeff at Mosquito Control. Get on the list, and they'll work with you. So while the chemicals do stuff, there are other things that you can do that reduce the impact to the bee population just by how you plan your job.
But that's honeybees. You know, most of our pollination is really solitary bee pollination. The honeybees are making honey.
Right.
So, you know, I'm looking at where they sleep and where they do their stuff, then they're subject to this same spraying as are, but I mean, I don't know where all butterflies sleep, but I did see one on a leaf in the morning with dew laden until it could dry out. So I'm assuming butterflies are also subject to this, and it would affect those populations as well. So for me, that's a huge concern in this environmentally sensitive, which you've already said, area.
Well, and again, it's the timing. It's the timing. We try to maximize our efforts in the periods where the non-target organisms are in for the day. Bees are back in the hive, or somebody's up under a leaf back in the woods, or wherever they go.
Okay. I get the thing. Well, besides all that occurs to me, the thing is, I rode around yesterday all over town and walked in Indigo, behind the townhomes with your woodland ponds that were very swamp-like with ducks swimming in them. They're so successful that they're being utilized by animals. This was what occurs to me, and y'all are the scientists. Should we not? We have some unique. We have like this many things going on with differences in communities. Like where I live, probably the larger share is tree, maybe a hole in a tree that might hold water, or me putting out stuff that needs to be tipped over, right? Because I live in a very dense, close together in the Old Town neighborhood.
Historic district.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, and I grow food. I grow organic vegetables and herbs, and have a pear tree that requires cross-pollination from the solitary bees and all of these things. So spraying I'm more in control of why it would have to be sprayed. So that gives me some freedom. But I wonder what our policy is. Do we have a plan for these? There's just a few. My observation, there may be a lot of them that I didn't see, but I saw a woodland pond in Indigo, and I also saw one at the Landing. And I saw storm ponds. There's all different kinds of storm ponds. My question is, should we be looking at updating the UDO about storm pond requirements? Like some of them are aerated, some of them aren't. So then they would be still fresh water, for lack of a better way, maybe more. I saw in Indigo, they had looked like guppies. They might have been the species of fish you're talking about.
That long?
Little bitty, what I'd call a guppy.
Right.
And they were in that front pond when you first go into the Landing that's up over berm. You might not even know it's there unless you walk up there.
Right.
But so anyway, so I guess I just wondered do we have a plan that sort of delineates all of these things, and it would seem to me you almost want to be a year-round plan for these woodland ponds, because I mean they're obviously mosquito holes. I'm out to say it.
Here's an interesting tidbit, and I didn't get to it. I left it off this presentation, but there's another 50 slides on here about what time of year, what GPS, what latitude, longitude, how many minutes a day length, photo period, phase of the moon, all kinds of stuff that goes into this stuff. The nice thing about mosquitoes is as the day length shortens, they go into what they call overwintering or diapause. They're going to stay in the egg stage until probably, for us, about week 12, which is late February, early March, which is why we typically start gearing up at that time. When it says, I say it gets active again, that just means Mosquitoes have a deal called a juvenile hormone, all right? When the mother mosquito is laying eggs toward the end of the year, and she knows the day lengths are getting shorter, she will take juvenile hormone, which every insect has, and increase the amount of juvenile hormone in that egg. All right? So the egg, she has the eggs, she deposits the egg lays there. As time goes by, that juvenile hormone biodegrades where the level drops. As soon as that level drops enough, typically over the winter, now if you cover it with water, the mosquito's going to hatch. So from November to March, there's mosquitoes out there. We have winter species of mosquitoes. There's mosquitoes that bite frogs, and the only thing they're going to bite is frogs. I wouldn't route a spray truck for a frog-biting mosquito. It's not that I don't like frogs. It's just there's so many decisions that come into making it. And like I said, I've made a career out of doing this, and it's the puzzle that I like. Is it time to spray? Which mosquito's doing this? Well, why didn't this one show up this year? It changes every year with the weather and the day length.
I was just hoping that we could do some preemptive things. All the stuff I've read was larvicides are better than
Absolutely.
adulticides, or however you say that.
The organic larvicides that we use, and that's pretty much all we use is organic larvicides, or biological Bacillus sphaericus, BTI, are products we use. Now, when you're talking about larvicides, let's talk about how long do you want it to last? Because there are single brood larvicides where if you see larvae in the water, you throw it in there, kill what's there, you're done. There are multiple brood larvicides where this place is such a chronic hatching spot, we're going to go out there, we know we're going to need to treat it for at least 30 days. Let's put that out there. Well, guess what the difference of price is between a single dose and a 30-day product? It's substantial. But there are spots that we pre-treat because we know what's going to happen. I typically don't pre-treat anything. They're mapped, but we're not going to pre-treat anything in the spring with big numbers because of the time of year. That population hasn't really built enough, so it doesn't really make it cost effective to spray early. So you would go with a single dose early in the season. By the end of the year, as the mosquitoes come out of the marsh and they keep working and it goes back to these spots, when you dip mosquitoes and you're dipping them 600-700 a pop out of a little cup about that big, it's time to go with something that's got a little more oomph to it. Just because you can't be everywhere at the same time. I mean, 900 square miles is a lot of area to cover for 5 guys. So, but yeah, the pre-treatment with the larvicides is a good idea. The stormwater ponds, if that minnow's in there, I wouldn't worry about it.
Maybe we encourage that in stormwater ponds that are not aerated. That's what I'm saying. I just saw those in one thing,
Okay.
but I didn't get close
Let's
to
do it
everything.
this way. Mosquitoes are going to look for a place that does not have oxygen in the water. No oxygen in the water means no fish. No fish means no predation. All the ones that took the shot at living in the water missed it and just got evolved out of the food chain. Mosquitoes have been around 3 million years. We've been around mosquitoes have been around 30 million years. We've been around about 3 years. So they've got about 100 times the experience to survive in climatic extremes as we do. So it's recognizing that. So areas where there's no water. So if you dip it and it's clean water, and there's fish and there's green plants growing in it, typically it's got oxygen in the water. Most mosquitoes are not going to really do it. There's a couple that do it, but the numbers never get high enough to what I would say route a truck for. It's the ones that find that environment with no oxygen and no predators, and that's how they become successful. Okay?
Additionally, in indigo, for instance, they have the ditches on the side of the road that are look to me to be fairly permanently filled. Alderman Alt could answer that question across from him, but they have wildlife in them, so I'm assuming that they're there a pretty long time.
Well,
and so is there something rather than, obviously they've got to be mosquito places mosquitoes grow, I would guess. And so is that something that we could maintain in a way that was more organic rather than having to spray? it seems to me the drift and the spray is what affects other insects.
But what you're getting at is, can we do some sort of physical control to change the water at Indigo, right?
No, I'm getting at to treat it. I don't think that's how that community's designed. I'm not so
Yeah,
sure.
I don't- yeah.
We keep it clean. You're supposed to keep the dishes clean and all
Right.
those things, which is something we're in control of. But the water itself, I think that's how I think that's how their drainage filtration was designed originally. Rich, you could probably speak to that.
Would Ginny correct me if I'm wrong on this? Yeah, when this was done back in 1985, it drains, everything in Indigo drains onto Cottage Creek Road. It goes to one spot, and unfortunately, the grade is not proper.
Uh-huh.
So the water never gets to the final pipe that goes out to the marsh. So yes, standing water is there. Unless there's an extreme drought, there's standing water all the time. And it's tidal, because the water comes up the pipe from the marsh at high tide, especially at very high tides, and it backflows all the way up Cottage Creek to get there, and then that just exacerbates the slow drainage of that. So to follow up on Karen's comments, is there something, and I'm not sure if Southport, if we only spray in Southport, or do we use a larvicide in Southport? I'm not sure what we do.
I think David's got larvicides.
Okay, then is there, I'm with Karen on that. Is there a way to seem to address those areas that the city took over the drainage system in 1985, the city owns it?
We could focus more on larvicide, but again, if you're going to focus more on larvicide, you got to have a body that can spend more time doing it. It's how much time do you got? As far as the tidal stuff, y'all know what a fiddler crab is, right?
I'm sorry, what was
Fiddler crab, the
Yeah,
big clawed thing. You know the crab above it, the little brown mud crab? It's called Sarma reticulata. Basically, if you get high enough on the landscape, that's where you're going to find mosquitoes. So if you see fiddler crabs, and this goes back to your tidal comment, that water ebbs and flows. Well, the water from the ocean's got oxygen in it. So there's probably a stable enough system where you wouldn't have to address the water that stays all the time. If you did, you just get a cooler full of minnows and throw it in there and let the minnows work. I mean, that's the cheapest way to do it. But you still got to go on the backside of it and get up high enough to figure out where the mosquito production's coming from. Now, if you can map that kind of stuff, yeah, it can be treated.
So is that something that the city could work with the county to look at that?
Absolutely.
So that we could try to limit the number of times we would have to spray with something other than the spray, but still not eliminate spraying if it calls for it.
Yeah, that's perfect IPM. Let's try larvicide, let's try biological, let's figure out what we can work there, and as a last resort, we'll pull the truck out. The thing to understand is, it is the last resort, and you're going to have to run a truck at some point.
Well, oh, sorry. Well, my also, it sounds to me like there is a cost to this. You're sort of, budget constraints or this or that, and so you're working within that. I think what I'd like to know is what are those costs, and can we make a decision better for our environment if we sort of prioritize that in a way that we provide the resources, that it could be biological, it could be organic, and be more larvicide in approach rather than residual sprays that wind up on the leaves and drift and affect other insect populations. We're all putting milkweed in our yards to help the monarchs, but it ain't going to do any good if we're drift spraying them. I'm just saying, that's the bottom line.
What you're looking at, and from a cost part and a starting point, that's all I'm giving you is a starting point, because I don't know budgets, whatever. I know my budget. David does a good job, but if you need to get the area mapped as to what habitats, I can send a technician down and work with David, but David's got a daytime job too. So the opportunities for us to work are pretty much limited by that. And now, as far as how much something it costs to treat, once you got it mapped, it shouldn't be bad. I mean, there's products out there. A 30-pound bag of 40-pound bag of Natural Air G30, the 30-day product, costs you about $640. It goes out at a rate of 8 to 10 pounds an acre. an acre. Huh? Yeah, well, the hard part is you got to get to it. And you got to have somebody willing to climb in there and get to it. I mean, when I send my staff out, they
Yeah.
come back
I got you.
water this deep, and you know there was an alligator over there.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
so
yeah.
where you're standing at any given time dictates.
How does it work with public and private property? Most of what we're talking about is public, except that swamp behind, or the woodland pond behind the Indigo townhomes must be on private property. I'm assuming that's association property there.
It is, yeah, but
So-
the ditches are the city's responsibility, but
Yeah.
what they call a Carolina Bay, is two of them.
Right.
Indigo, those would be part of the POA.
And so how do we function, how do you function with private property situations versus public property?
We have an online deal where a citizen can request help. I mean, send us an email. They say, I've got mosquitoes. By them sending us that email, they're saying, come on my property and figure out what I got going on. It's pretty much how we look at it. Okay?
Cool, thank you.
I have one question again. What are the regulations on private mosquito spraying companies? This past summer, when the mosquitoes were really getting bad, it seemed like I was seeing, I think the name was Mosquito Squad or something like that, tooling around town quite a bit. Are there regulations that they have to follow with the county?
There are North Carolina regulations they have to follow. The same laws that govern me govern them. I'm not a regulatory agency. The state of North Carolina is. That being said, if a homeowner decides to do something, whether it's for mosquito control or termites or ants on their property, you can go to the hardware store and get a bomb and bomb your backyard. So it's up to the homeowner. Is he going to do it himself? Do they want to pay? Or we try to do and keep it as management as possible so people aren't really pursuing those options. But everybody's threshold is a little different. Our threshold in Brunswick County for mosquitoes is you have to have at least 7 mosquitoes landing on you a minute before we're even going to consider out in the truck. David's threshold's the same. And that goes back to that floodwater stuff. When they hatch, they're either going to be really bad or not. So, okay?
Yeah, I would just hope, I guess one of these, even if we could use the more expensive product that would last longer, whatever that is in the water, in the organic phase of that, how long would that, what's the multiple use or whatever you said?
Here's where it gets tricky. It will last 30 days of being wet. So if it dries out, it's just sitting there waiting to be used again. You know the bath oil beads you used to have when you were a kid? You throw them in a tub and they dissolved, and then you had the little bath oil. Those formulations are, and it's not bath oil beads, obviously. Those formulations are set so they dissolve at a given rate once they're wet. So once they're dry, they're just going to sit and wait for the next brood. And that goes back to that surveillance and monitoring thing we're talking about. You don't know how well your stuff's working or how cost effective your stuff is unless somebody's keeping an eye on it. Okay? It's cool, isn't it? Yeah.
One last question, at least
Yes,
for
sir.
me, and that is, if I understand it, the first step is to do the mapping.
Yep.
Okay, and so, Mr. Manager, if I'm correct, the alderman would have to ask you to start that process, and then obviously figure out where that money's going to come to do that. Okay, I just want to make sure I've got the right sequence.
The nice thing about mapping is once it's mapped, it's mapped.
Okay.
I've been in Brunswick County since southeast North Carolina since the 90s. There are spots that I've mapped that are still treated. I mean, that's just what it is. So not only when some of it goes to, well, the public works director retired and he knew everything. Well, now what do we do? Well, we start over because so you got institutional knowledge that guys have that they don't even really know. But if you can get them to write it down, say the mosquitoes are bad here, the mosquitoes are bad here, and then it gets a legacy, and it just keeps building on itself. Eventually, you've got a fairly efficient program.
So I think we're trying to figure out that happy line between having a gazillion mosquitoes and the public health issues that you talked about, and wholesale spraying, which is not what anybody wants. So we're just trying to figure out how we can do a multi-layer approach to this, but still address mosquito spraying as opposed to a ban on mosquito spraying altogether, or mosquito control altogether.
Well, in integrated pest management, all that stuff that we went over, every one of those is considered, say, a tool in your toolbox. So if you get rid of adulticiding, you're losing a tool, right? Because female mosquitoes lay eggs. So if you can get them before they lay eggs, now you're addressing that population. There's a deal called egg bank theory that tells you how long the eggs will stay based on certain conditions, based on the mosquito species, where they progressively lay over time, and then hurricane shows up and the slate's wiped clean because everything's underwater. The mosquitoes have no choice but to lay even higher on the landscape. Well, once you flood so much, you're flooded, and but the mosquitoes are forced to lay eggs way up there. If it never rains that high again, those mosquito eggs typically end up getting eaten by ants or something along those lines. So that's the game you're playing. All right?
With regards to the adulticide, earlier you mentioned 3 mile per hour wind, 1,000 feet. That's what this chart showed. And then you also said something about if we see the truck, we should go inside.
That's just common sense.
Well, but 1,000 feet would mean that if the truck were on the neighboring block here in town, I should be inside.
That's a best management practice. It's probably a good idea. One of the things,
I couldn't see the truck if it were a block away.
right?
So,
But in the event that David's going to spray, City Hall can say truck is going to be in this area tonight. Be on the lookout.
Okay.
That kind of thing. I mean, you're just trying to minimize exposure. If you're driving a mosquito truck and there's a young lady with a baby in front of you, you shut off the sprayer, right? It just makes sense. You don't want to spray the lady and her baby. The machine's not spraying, but it's still running. So what we've learned over time is if you see a lady or somebody walking with a baby or a child or a dog that is nervous, shut the whole machine off, because all of a sudden their nervousness goes down. If you drive by them, even if you're not spraying, they're going to say, the truck was on. Well, yeah, it was, but we weren't spraying. So, I mean, and you get a feel for how people act when you're spraying. I mean, you've got people running for the house, and you've got guys standing out there going, come on! So, it all depends.
Right, and that would go out on Southport Connected for spraying and that type of thing, and we'll make sure that happens. And the city's policy is to be environmentally friendly, but use all the tools that he's mentioned in this, integrated, pest control management approach. And the information that you've given us is just fantastic. And we'll use all those steps, but it's not wholesale spraying every day. It's not we spray every Wednesday. It is, and the question is, does David Kelly, does he have the time budgeted to do good mosquito control? And we need to make sure that is happening. Then that's the possibility. And this has been a good discussion. And if you can do a very short answer, you said you had a quote, and I hate to bring it up, but I just wanted to hear your answer to it. You said things got happening in Indigo last year.
Yeah, the year before it happened in Calabash. So at any given time, we're dealing with a population where everybody's going, I don't know where you can only larvicide the spots you can find. There's a lot of marsh out there. The only way you can find them is to be out in that marsh when they're in the larval stage, dip them and say, okay, this is the site. If you have never dipped them, you can't just go treat the marsh. It's not cost effective, it's not environmentally friendly. So you've got to have the field time, the ground truth, and to say it's real. Again, Calabash last year before, it was up in the northern part of the county. So, and then we'll get it in the green swamp as well. It all depends on what mosquitoes and the environmental conditions as to what's popping things off that year.
Don't see a ditch on the side of the road and just start throwing larvicide in it. Yeah, that's what I want. And I thought you said that those ditches really are not a high area, a source.
Well, you got to figure things out. If you're looking at indigo where it's tidal, freshwater in and out, probably first thing you look for is dragon or minnows. If you don't see dragonflies, now you're looking for dragonfly larvae, or you're looking for predaceous diving beetle larvae. If you've got things in there and you're dipping and you're not getting mosquitoes, why would you treat it? Especially if you're looking at it after a rain. It's the timing of your surveillance that matters. After they hatched is not the time to go dip for mosquitoes, because you're standing there, there's nothing coming out of the water, and the landing count's probably 30 a minute. You know.
It's the surveillance that's crucial to this whole, and so I think, it's the prevention, it's the public health aspect of it, and I appreciate that so much. Any further questions? This has been a great presentation.
Well, thanks for having me. It's not often I get to talk about this
Yeah.
at this
Thank
length.
you.
This is good.
That's okay. We'll have you back.
That's fine. Happy to come.
All right, next up is our own David Kelly. You please come up, and we look forward to hearing your discussion as well.
How's it going? So, pretty much everything Jeff just said, we kind of mimic. He's a really good, oh, sorry. Hear me now? Okay. So, I've been doing this roughly 3 years now, going on 4 years. Matt DuPont, he works with Jeff. I was in his spray truck telling him where the beehives were until I actually took the test and got my state license. Ever since then, if I have a question, I always tell Jeff about it, or Abram or Matt. We go hand in hand. Usually it's just me and the vector control. That's what we call a mosquito program. So when I'm out here doing the playgrounds or this, that, and the other, I really can't do the surveillance. It's just me. So if they do like the dredge island, they'll tell me indigo's about to warm up, go ahead and start treating it, or just different spots in the area. They do the 7 threshold just like we do. So last year, we didn't spray till towards the end of the season. We got all the phone calls right there in front of the elementary school where the old ballpark used to be at. That's where I go and turn the machine on before I go into indigo. Before I even got into indigo or out of my truck, I had 15, 16 of them on me before I even cranked it up. So that was kind of a problem. But if we do the spraying, it does help. And we do try not to affect the environment as much for public health. The way we do the city, we have 5 spray zones. So if say somebody calls from indigo, that's zone 1. It's on the city website. There's a link. If I do have time, I'll go out to the property. I don't go on the property because that's not in our policy, but we could probably adapt it to do that. And I'll go up the road and get out. If it's over 7, I'll call Randy or send Randy a text saying, hey, weather permitting, I'll be spraying zone 1, whichever day it falls on. We try to give the notice for the people that doesn't like the spraying. And yes, I do stop the spray when I do pass people. I don't cut it off, but I just do that. Zone 1 is the west side of House Street from West Ninth to West Bay. That includes Indigo and Cottage Point. So if anybody calls in Zone 1, that's what I hit. It usually takes me about 2.5 hours. Zone 2 is the east side of House Street and east side of Leonard. And that includes the Landing, Harbor Oaks, Turtlewood, and the Hammocks. That takes a little bit long because the development's a little bit bigger. Then Zone 3 is the east side from Stewart to East Leonard, including Park Avenue Extension, Highland Park, and Prices Creek. Zone 4, west side of House Street to West 9th Street to West 14th Street, That's the Ridge and Kate's Cove. And Zone 5 is River Mist. A little bit about indigo. We do have like this thing called mosquito dunks. You can get them from Lowe's. They're not probably as good as what Jeff and the county guy uses. They don't really, as soon as the water goes, wherever they go with it. It's not stationary. The tablets he was talking about probably is the best thing, because if the rain or ditches dries up, the product stops. If it fills back up, it starts working again. There's 10 developments that we spray in Southport. I'm pretty sure y'all know of them, but it's like Kate's Cove, the Ridge, all that. There's beehives. There's 4 that I have on file. There's 5 I gotta add, or 1 more. And what I do is, so 1 beehive is in indigo. I'll call up, it's Mr. Reshley. I'll call him up and tell him, hey, I'm in the area, just to give him a heads up. So on with the other beehives. Usually when we spray, it's right at dusk. That's when typically the beehive, or all the bees are in the hives. And then all the active like pollinator gardens are wherever they rest. So the impact on the pollinator insects is limited. Since I've been spraying the past 3 years, I haven't had any issues. Knock on wood, never had a beehive incident, pollinator, anything like that. Everything that I was going to talk about, Jeff had it in his PowerPoint, so it kind of made my job a little bit easier. But if you do have any questions about how the city does it, I can answer it better than probably Jeff could, because he's from the county.
I just want to make sure I'm clear. You were talking about what every homeowner can buy and then put into the water is not as good as what the county can put into water, because when it dries out, the chemical is still there. When it gets wet again, it activates.
Yeah, like
Do you do that kind of work as well, or do you just do spraying?
See, it's kind of a long story. I'll cut it short. But so 3 years ago, I was asked by the last public works director if I wanted to start spraying. So I said, yeah, sure, I'll go ahead and start it. We just had a spraying program because it was just one guy, just like me. We never had to do the surveillance. Jeff and the county guys kind of help us out with that because they have 4 guys that that's all they do. So they would do their surveillance, the larva and all that, and then I'll just go to the website and look it up like indigo and all that stuff just to try to get my numbers from there, because I couldn't do everything because I didn't have time to. But the mosquito dunks, you can get them from Lowe's. Anybody can. And you just put them like in a bird bath or like a ditch. But over time it does.
Well, I understand the surveillance part and the timeline and that, but I'm talking about the I think the pellets that he puts in the water.
Go ahead, Jeff.
I can't hear you with the mask.
Natural ore products are something you have to have a license to buy.
Okay.
From a registered vendor. So he's got a license, he can buy them. Homeowners can buy stuff at the hardware store that works, but you're not going to find the concentrations or the residuals because he's a professional and a homeowner has a smaller piece of property.
Well, I was just trying to figure out, he has a license to buy them, but does the policy for the city offer him, one, the budget, and 2, the time to do that type of work, or are we dependent on the county to come in and do that kind of work?
The tablets, I mean, we haven't priced it before in our budget. We just actually did the chemical that I sprayed, the PCT. But I could put it in the budget, and then as I'm doing like mowing and stuff, since I'm beside ditches and all that, I could possibly throw them in there. But like Jeff said, without the dip and see what's actually there, I'll pretty much just be throwing product in there and 50-50 chance if it's going to work.
Well, I wouldn't want you to throw some chemical around.
Exactly. That's why we haven't had it in the budget or anything, because I can't do everything at once.
I just wanted, again, a policy decision by the Board of Aldermen to ask the manager to look into that, figure out what the cost would be, and figuring out how we do the time.
Yeah, Rich, I think what you were trying to clarify is that right now we're only handling adult mosquito.
That's my takeaway from
Okay.
the conversation,
Yep.
where perhaps another tool for the city would be the larvicide, and who does it, who does the surveillance, how much time do we get, and what does that cost look like?
Yes, sir.
I think we all agree that we need to use all of the modalities that he mentioned. I think in the beginning of before he even talked, I think that was the understanding that we had, and that I think that I have talked about, and it's the environmentally right thing to do, and with public health, and I appreciate your emphasis on public health. That's just so important. How do we prevent? What are the things that we can do that promote the environment, decrease costs, decrease disease, and public health is just in every aspect. And this, you can take this mosquito control and put it in other aspects of what we do in Southport, the prevention and putting our resources in the right place that save money on the backside and improve quality of life. And people in Indigo or any of these neighborhoods are not swatting mosquitoes, but we do it in a rational way. And if you need more resources, you need more money, you need more time, whatever it is, we can't create more time, but if you need another person to help with this, whatever we need to do. I'm envisioning you mowing and then throwing pellets out. I mean, that's just not, we just can't do that. I mean, we can do better than that, and we will. And that's why we hold these workshops. So I think that certainly is the best way forward in terms of mosquito control. And I mean, it is the right thing to do. We have this wonderful resource with the county, Mr. Brown and his associates, so there's no reason why we cannot have a very progressive mosquito control program.
Mic was on. So because it sounds like, David, just historically we've been reactive rather than proactive. You're called in to spray.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. And so I think that's what we as a community need to decide what, as the mayor just said, the best foot forward with that. But I appreciate you. And I got a question. I never got the answer. The chemical you use, is it the 50 fatal rate or whatever? No, lethal dose, that 50 LD? LD 50, I'm sorry.
It's like a great value versus something else. They have Biomist, we have Adapco PCT. It's the same thing, it's just a different name.
But it is
Yes,
that
ma'am.
LV50 as opposed to the RT25?
Yeah, the RT25 was the tablets that he was talking about.
Oh, okay, because they do make sprays that are the RT25 as well.
Yeah, but
So-
all we have is just the Adapco PCT 315.
Okay, thank you.
For my 2 cents worth, it seems to me if we're going to use a pesticide, that if we just continue to just spray for the adults, we're caught in an unending cycle. Because, okay, we got rid of the adults, but the larvae are hatching and they become adults. The females lay a larva field. We kill the adults, the larva field hatches, and it just goes on. And so we obviously need to invest in the best possible larvicides and the ones that are going to be long-lasting.
Yes, ma'am, you're right. But then again, in our policy, it's always been on pretty much the defense, never the offense. We're always trying to bail the public out, then taking the initiative to preventing mosquitoes, so on and so forth.
With regards to the question on time, David, you're a very busy guy. You wear a lot of hats for the city. Mr. Brown, y'all have, the county currently does surveillance for the city of Southport, some surveillance, and you do some surveillance for other municipalities. I just want to, I guess I want to clarify just how much we can rely on the county. Yes.
As long as we're keeping track of that, you can pretty much extrapolate it through all the municipalities. Again, that data is posted weekly on our website. Data is all over the top.
Cool.
So I think the 2 key takeaways that we have to take from this conversation is, number one, we have to use all the tools available to us with, as Mr. Brown emphasized, spraying being the last alternative. Secondly, in order to use all the tools available to us, is we've got to make the time to use them. David has other jobs and that he has to take care of during his normal workday. So if we're really going to move forward in a proactive way, we need to identify the resources, i.e. time, maybe a new employee to help out. Of course, we've also heard about the problems that we're having hiring people at this particular time. So I think that's something that we need to probably, visit or revisit as we move down, but resources and using our tools. But thank you very much, David.
You're welcome.
David, I got just one more question. Do we have a map of all the town, and as far as where the woodland ponds are and the ditches that you deal with, and do we have a map like that?
I believe I have it on my desk. I didn't want to give it to the website because it just clutters. So I just focused on the actual blueprint of the map and just broke it down into the zones to make it easier for the public to understand. But I could probably find you a map, yes.
Thank you.
David, I'm just curious, do you ever spray river mist?
Yes.
You do? On a regular basis, or?
Not a regular basis. We really don't get a lot of calls from
Okay.
river mist. But I have sprayed it before. It's probably been, I didn't spray it any last year. I sprayed it the previous year, yes.
Okay, thank you.
We thank you so much. Are we ready for B City? Okay. All right. B City USA. Thank you, Dorothy Dutton.
Okay. Good morning still. B-City has been a possible item on the agenda for months now, and we've kind of put it off because we knew we were going to have this conversation. But I was approached by a member of the Beautification Committee, Kate Singley, and asked if the city would be willing to participate in B-City USA. I did provide some information in your packets, but we had some questions about who was going to be responsible for the program, and she has provided that information, and I've included it in the resolution. So the main questions were who is going to be in charge of the signage and maintaining the different areas, who would be in charge of the fees associated. So the Beautification Committee is actually going to be taking most of that responsibility. The only things we would do is still mow in those certain areas and not use any pesticides in two areas, the community garden and the pollinator garden. Other than that, the plan is to keep using pesticides as we need to. They do require an integrated pest control program, which we are working on to develop, or we already have one in place. We may be tweaking it a bit. So the resolution I did include in your packets as well, but the plan would be that they would have signs posted around town that they would maintain but might need help to install. They would be in charge of hosting at least one educational program a year for the citizens. They would be responsible for maintenance and expansion of the garden. The city would continue to cut the grass and work in open areas surrounding the garden. The fees and renewal report that is required would be the responsibility of the Beautification Committee and volunteers. And communication with the help of Randy Jones would be for debris pickup after garden work days, that sort of thing. So really the impact to the city itself is minimal. The benefits seem nice. Benefits to the community as far as protecting the pollinators and also the education for the citizens.
Alderman Lombardi is going to be the liaison, which is great, on the Beautification Committee.
I have a question, and I've already talked to Tom, so I know what the answer is, but because other people have asked the same question. this Bee City, to clarify, would not prevent the city from doing all the things we just talked about, except for the 2 gardens areas. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Yes, I was on a conference call with Kate, and we were assured that they have nothing to say about where we spray.
You and I have had this conversation.
Right.
So my concern was that there's a number of people out there that have a different perception of what Bee City means. So I want to make sure we clarify that it only applies, the spraying pellets, whatever we do, only applies to those 2 gardens. The rest of the city would fall under the policy, whatever the policy turns out to be, for the city.
And they will not dictate what we do in the city.
Thank you. I
And
just want to make sure that was clear.
That was assured. I heard it right from the society. They did, however, volunteer if we wanted to consult with us to maybe get the mosquito population down so we don't have to spray as much. But other than that, nothing else.
Thank you.
And I did send an email to everybody. I don't know if you got the
You
email.
sent an email to us, you mean?
I did.
Okay, yeah. Well, I'm basing on our conversation, and I wanted to put to rest that concern that was going out there.
Right.
And I'll just add, the benefits to participating in the program or their goals is to improve local food production, to raise community awareness of how food grows and improve local food production through expanded pollination, to support small businesses, including native plant nurseries and pollinator-friendly landscaping, address pest areas with fewer pesticides, which is where they might be able to advise in some of those areas other things we could use, to heighten awareness of biological diversity, and then I think just community education, training opportunities, and support from pollinator conservation experts.
Tom, did you say they would come and talk with us? I'm sorry, did you say that the Bee City folks would come and talk to us?
If we wanted, yes, they would.
Good.
This is something that we were going to put on a meeting agenda, but the city manager and I pulled it because we wanted to have it on a workshop first so the aldermen could hear about it and ask questions and that type thing before we did a vote. So this resolution will be on the agenda for March 10th. Okay. Any further discussion on the bees? Okay, we've had mosquitoes, we've had bees. It's good. No, very good discussions. And we'll break for lunch, Mr. City Manager, and then we'll be back for our afternoon session. All right, we're ready for our afternoon session. I want to thank the clerks for the delicious lunch. Thank you for bringing it in. Very nice. Have an announcement. If Elena, if you would make an announcement, please, before we get started.
I just wanted to reiterate the importance of speaking clearly into your microphones and also encouraging guest speakers to do so as well and to come up to the podium when they have questions to answer. Especially since before lunch break we did have 30 participants watching from home. So even though we don't have much by way of an audience in person at the moment, there are still viewers at home. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dale. Appreciate that. And we'll all try to remember. Item 8 is board comments, and I would like to start with Madam Alderman Lowe Davis.
I will. Thank you. I put one of these on everybody's desk. It is on. How's that? More better? And so it's, I think it speaks for itself. If we choose to use this as a tool for the city to try to achieve some preservation of properties that we would like to see stay open and undeveloped, but without us having to buy them. It's a very effective thing, and I've spent several weeks looking into it and talking to the North Carolina Coastal Land Trust about how this happens, and with their help and with Thomas's help, I put together the basics of this. All that it takes on our end is persuading a property owner that this is a good idea. And what you have in front of you is an outline of why it's a good idea or an appealing idea for them. There are a couple of properties right now that look like they would be ideal for that. And you have two pictures. I believe you do, right? Everybody's been just torn up about the big tree at the entrance to Riverbest. Well, the lot that it's on is still vacant. It is for sale. And so if that property owner could be persuaded to do this, that would be wonderful. And now the house that was built across the street from the old Caroon property on right at the corner of East Bay and Kingsley. The house itself up on a hill is for sale, and the people who built that house did buy the Caroon house and property and tore it down. And so it's a vacant lot. It's right next to Kingsley Park. So perhaps we have an opportunity to persuade them to put that lot into a permanent conservation easement, which by all the definitions of conservation easement could be a park or could be used as an extension of Kingsley Park. It could be used just as open space. So read through this, and what I'm going to hope is that you like the idea. It doesn't cost us anything. It's a win-win for the city. The big thing is to convince a property owner that it's a win for them. And I would ask that the mayor, if everybody likes this idea, designate Rob Carroll, who also knows about these things, and me to start talking to property owners. One other thing, since it's Alderman comment, this is about bees. Bees fly as much as 5 miles a day during their regular pollen collecting season. So even if you don't spray their hive or even near their hive, but you're spraying elsewhere, when they fly out to collect pollen, they are lighting on plants that have been sprayed. They're picking up the poison, and if they survive the trip back to the hive, they come into the hive and they poison the hive. It's why many of the beekeepers have lost so many hives. You're all familiar with some delicious coffee. I'm always thinking about coffee. Honey from Hubert Davis, Hubert Lowe over on Oak Island. And he, at one time, had over 200 hives. He's only got about 50 now.
Thank you, Alderman Davis, and we certainly will have both you and Alderman Carroll contact these property owners and start this process going. So, Alderman Carroll.
Yeah, Lowe brought this idea to me, this conservation easement idea, and excited about the possibilities there. Very common. You see this in, we've seen it in Charlottesville, Virginia. Bald Head Island has the Smith Island Land Trust. So there's examples of this that we can look to as we move forward. Couple of things that have nothing to do with today's agenda. Mr. Richardson, I'm sure you're out there listening to us. We did get your email, and it is a priority of ours. So that was as it relates to the kayak launch. We all would like to see that happen as part of the original contract. So still out there, still something we're considering and looking at. Gary, I got your note regarding dredging, and we'll get back to you. Mr. Donaldson, we appreciate you sharing the information. He shared some information on ecologically sound mosquito management in wetlands late yesterday, so I didn't get through that, but it's there. With regards to today's agenda and my thoughts, so impressed with David and all that he does with regards to his job. I appreciate all of city staff. I think that it's nice to see people who get it and who are looking for alternatives and ways for us to make Southport better. Be City, I'm excited about that. I think those are good things for us and a positive way forward. So keep talking to us. If there's something that we need to be considering or need to be looking at, don't hesitate to write an email or pick up the phone and call us. We're here and here to serve.
Thank you, Alderman Carroll. Alderman Alt.
I just want to take a moment just to thank Ellie and the city staff and the city manager for putting together that electrical presentation today. Based on my Electric City position, Ellie and I had talked about that, and he was trying to get me smarter on it. And I think it shows a marked improvement how the city is moving forward. We're looking at these electrical responsibility or the electrical draws before we build something, as opposed to waiting until we can't turn on the lights. So that's a great movement. And I thought the conversation by Jeff Brown on the bee issue, to put it all in perspective, and the fact that we now understand what the city has been doing in the past and how we might be able to improve that. I only throw this out because it may totally be a failure, but perhaps we can outsource part of that, the actual spraying or the parts, but it would have to be with a company that was proven to be reliable, not the lowest bid, because I do want them to turn off those trucks when it goes by people and not just spray willy-nilly. But perhaps it's a different method of doing it instead of hiring an additional full staff member. But I'm not opposed to any of it. But thank you very much.
Thank you. Alderman Allen.
I think I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Lombardi.
once again have to talk about infrastructure. Because as an alderman, I feel it's my duty to do so, to maintain our city in the best possible way for future generations. After hearing about our electrical grid and what's needed there, it only complicates it. But our sewer and water lines are ancient, must be upgraded in the very near future before we start having failures of supplying water and not being able to handle waste in our sewer system. We received recently $5 million for our coast stabilization, which is very important. But sewer and water and electrical are as important. And I'm hoping that when we get this other $5 million, if we do, that we can designate something for sewer and water to upgrade our systems. I had the fortunate experience to listen to the North Carolina League of Municipalities, and that stressed the importance of upgrading our systems, and found out that we are among many municipalities and cities with the same problem. So they are really pushing this, and I think that maybe we have to get in touch with them and deal with them a little more and see where we can get some financing to do this. Any pavement improvements that I've also been pushing, you can't accomplish that without doing the underground first. So, I mean, that's, the underground is really important. I think that we talked about also about a bond. I think that may be the way to go. And I think we're going to have to bite the bullet and do that. It's just not going to be any cheaper next year or the year after. It's going to get more and more expensive. So we got to start doing something. Again, I would like to see us have a crew, an experienced crew on board that can start this work. And I don't know this for sure, but I would appreciate if our city manager would investigate whether it's cheaper to call in a contractor every time we want to do something on a daily basis, or have a crew here that could work day after day all year long and get this done. So if you would, Gordon, maybe look into that for us and see, you know, if it's more reasonable to have a crew or to have contractors. That's really all I have.
Thank you, Alderman Lombardi. Mayor Pro Tem? All right, great, thank you. We did have an excellent morning, and we look forward to this afternoon's presentation by City Manager Gordon Hargrove. It's going to be on strategic planning, capital improvements. I think that's your vehicle, Mr. Hargrove. I'm just kidding. I'm just teasing. It's just a kid.
There you go.
You walked. So this is such an important topic, and Mr. Hargrove, the city staff, have worked hard on this presentation. I mean, look at the technology that we have, so not only the board can see this, but our citizens. So this is really such a crucial topic, how we move forward in terms of what our city is going to look like in 5, 10, 15 years, the prioritization of projects, goals, challenges, opportunities. So I know we all look forward to this, and ways in which we move our city forward from, like I said, historic preservation, capital improvement plan, and our overall strategic plan. So thank you, Mr. Hargrove.
Thank you, Mayor Hayden. Can everyone hear me okay? Great. I hope everybody had a great lunch. So we've got a lot to do this afternoon, so we're going to jump right into it. Southport is a very unique place. It's a special place, and it's a place that we're really fortunate to live in. As such, we have a duty and responsibility to preserve Southport. We need to preserve its heritage, its history, and its culture. It's been here, I believe, Mayor Hayden said this morning, 230 years. It's our duty to make sure that it's here 230 more years. But we have some issues that we have to resolve. I'm going to show you some pictures, and these pictures are of the community that we live in. And I would like to start with this one right here, our iconic water tower. It always amazes me how cities always name themselves after their water towers. It's just a beautiful scene. We have a second picture right here, an aerial view of, I believe that's the community center. Fort Johnson, one of the most photographed structures in Southport. I believe this was right over here, and Mayor Hayden.
It was a retail shop. It's across the street now. It's now Ginger Hawkins Real Estate.
Thank you. Another picture of that. I mean, isn't it just beautiful? Aren't we so beautiful? I mean, isn't it great to be able to live in a community like this? I love this tree. It's over at the Indian Trail Meeting Hall. It reminds me of a deer head with massive antlers. It's just a beautiful, beautiful picture. Another view of some of our scenery, of our beautiful trees. The waterfront down on the yacht basin. This is something that's disappearing on the East Coast. That's what makes Southport so special, is we still have it when other communities don't. So it's worth preserving. The city dock, during the season, that thing is packed with walkers and fishermen. It's just a great addition to our community. Oops. And now we get to the ugly side of it. So if you were to look at Southport, everything on the surface looks beautiful. But if you look what our horizontal assets are, they're in poor shape, very poor shape. Those assets include roadways, which Alderman Lombardi was referring to, our water and sewer infrastructure, our lift stations. While stormwater doesn't really fit into a horizontal asset, as we move forward to mitigate stormwater damage in the future, the things and the processes that we will put into place will be considered horizontal assets. But by and far, all of the horizontal assets that are in the community are strained, if not downright broken. This right here is a sewer line, a clay pipe from, I'm guessing, somewhere around 1915. Would that be correct, Mr. Stanley?
1315, yes, sir. Can you stand on the other side?
Block the sun for you? I can. Is that better? Much better. So, another sewer pipe. So this is the one I love the best. This is showing one of the clay pipes, and I have looked at this picture from side to side, top to bottom, bottom to top, and I, for the life of me, can't figure out what this is, but it can't be good. So I thought it was interesting to put that in there. This is a little more graphic here. You can start seeing the cracking lines on these clay pipes. And this is pretty indicative of what you're going to see throughout this presentation as far as this goes. This is our underground garden that we have here. This is a root system through our sewer lines. So the only way there can be a root system through there is if we have a crack in the system. Again, what you're looking at here are where two clay pipes mesh together, connect together, and that is the seal that joins them that has come undone. And so those pipes are no longer like this, they're like this, okay? Which creates a huge issue, which I'll talk about in just a second. Again, another root system, okay? And I can go on and on with these slides. This is another cracked clay pipe that's underground. This is another seal that has deteriorated. This is another seal that has deteriorated. Another seal. Another crack. Okay, so I'm going to stop right there for a minute. So you're thinking, well, how bad is the problem? Well, let me tell you how bad the problem is. What you just saw right there was a 100-foot section of line. And I have pictures of that all over our community. I have 2 books just like this thick, that identify streets in our community that have problems just like this. I cannot emphasize the problems that we have with our infrastructure. It's not good. Thankfully, Tom Stanley had the foresight a few years ago to put money in his budget to do these camera images for us through SR&R Environmental. And this is where this stuff came from. I'm going to come back to this slide here in just a minute, but right now I'm going to skip this slide. So what we're here to talk about this afternoon is not the negative associated with our pipes, but how do we find a path forward? That's what we're here about. We want to find a path forward that works for everyone in our community. So how do we do that? We determine a strategic plan and a capital improvement plan. Basically, you can see on the vibe board, a strategic municipal plan is an action plan developed by the municipality that sets out where it seeks where it wants to be in the future. A capital improvement plan is community planning and fiscal management tool that is used to coordinate the location, timing, and financing of capital improvements over a multi-year period. A CIP typically spans a period of 5 to 10 years. Capital improvements refer to major non-recurring physical expenditures such as land, buildings, public infrastructure, and equipment. The CIP includes a description of proposed capital improvement projects ranked by priority on a year-to-year schedule of expected project funding and an estimate of project cost and financing sources. The CIP is a living document and subject to changing needs. It's like that because we don't know what the future holds. It can be, we live here, we're like a big nose in the Atlantic Ocean. We get hit with every hurricane and nor'easter comes along, and it impacts our community. And so sometimes we have to put these on pause in order to take care of the repair and recovery from these storms. So I'd like to talk to you about some considerations. This year we received $7.95 million in funding from the North Carolina General Assembly, courtesy of Representative Charlie Miller and Representative Frank Idler. Adjustments to our water and sewer rates will result in an annual $250,000 for water and sewer system maintenance and repairs and $750,000 for capital improvements. It's a great job by the rate committee. A second funding round is open, and we will aggressively pursue all the funding that is available to us, but there are no guarantees moving forward. Representative Miller has indicated that he will ask for another $5 million for our shoreline stabilization project, but there are no guarantees, okay? With the exception of the water and sewer increases, can we expect these current funding levels that we're experiencing now to continue? No, and that's a big no, because we just don't know. Most experts agree that these levels of funding from the state and federal government should be considered a once-in-a-generational event. Alderman Lombardi connected me to the North Carolina League of Municipalities podcast. And if you're not on it, I recommend that you be on it because they talk about everything municipal government. And the one thing that they emphasize is that, like Alderman Lombardi said, we are not the only community that's experiencing water and sewer infrastructure problems. Everyone's experiencing them. They're aging, they're expensive to repair. They highly recommend that we use these funding levels to address these problems, okay? The really good news is that it just came out in the last few days. I think some of you might have heard about it, is that portions of our city are eligible for American Rescue funding monies. We are eligible for up to $15 million worth of grant money to repair some of this. But those grants have to be in May. They'll be highly competitive. We are fortunate that we are on what they call a distressed utility, which basically means that our infrastructure suffers. We occasionally have spills. So we're kind of fortunate to be on that list because it gives us a leg up in these funding opportunities. But they will be highly competitive, but I can assure you we will go after them aggressively. So some other potential revenue streams that we have, we spoke about these in the first meeting, were a meal tax increase of 1%. We don't really know what that would bring in. Finance Director Trexler has worked diligently to try to put a number to this, and right now it's impossible. We just don't know. With that being said, most municipalities have not had much success getting this passed through the General Assembly. So when we look at that meal tax, it's going to be a long game that we're going to have to work with other municipalities to build consensus. We need to work with the restaurants to get their support in it. And if we go as a regional request, then we stand more likelihood of having something like this passed. But right now, it is a long game. When I say long game, it could be 2 to 3 years before we could ever get something like this done. Still going to be just a drop in the bucket. It's a way, however, that we can monetize the visitors to our community. Motor vehicle tax. Development Services Director Thomas Lloyd spoke about this, and we have the authority statutorily that we can charge up to $35 per car in the city. If we were to charge $30, we have 4,401 vehicles in the community. That would be $132,000 and change for the community to spend that we would have as a revenue. We could look at instituting a stormwater fee based on 6,997 residential parcels, 94 commercial parcels, and 2 industrial parcels. If we charge $5 a month for 12 months out of the year, this would equal $35,465 a year. This is just a start. Now, that's not really going to, it'll get us started. One of the things when we start applying for grant funding is they always want to see engineering reports. And right now, that kind of puts us behind the 8 ball, so to speak, because in a lot of our grant funding needs, we don't have those engineering reports on hand. So we have to come up with engineering reports that support what we're asking for. That makes us more competitive in the grant process. Now, this is really simple math right here. This is probably not something that we would charge, but through the Department of Environmental Quality, they have the environmental, Ms. Trexler, what's yes, that will help us come in. There's grants available to help us determine what our stormwater rate should be. A stormwater rate should really be depending on how much impermeable surface that a particular parcel has. So if you want to get real technical, we would have to move forward with something like that. So paid parking, let's be honest about where we're at with paid parking. It's that's even longer game than what we're looking at with a meal tax. We've got right-of-way encroachments that we would have to address. We have identified where we're going to put the parking at. So if that's something that we were to move forward with, it would be something that we would have to look out over the next 2 to 3 years before we would ever really realize what sort of revenue stream that would be. I'm not saying yes or no to that. I'm just telling you it's not a today fix. A property tax increase, 1 cent increase equals $108,830 per year to the city. So that's a 1 cent increase on everybody's tax rate. When I started looking at strategic planning and capital improvement projects, there's no way that we can determine what we need without talking to our department heads. They're our boots on the ground. They know what we need. So Public Works, in the future we're going to need 2 new backhoes, equipment, big expenditures, water and sewer upgrades, road resurfacing, stormwater mitigation. This is one that's going to come really close, really quick to us. A new street sweeper, 2 new dump trucks, electrical grid updates. We heard about that this morning. We need a new laydown and debris yard. Our current laydown yard and debris yard is at the 9th Street corner. I think they call that Stevens Park. And we've got to move it. Indigo Phase 2 is planning development. We're not going to have access to that anymore. So we're going to have to look at a little area over there on our 430 acres at the military terminal. We don't really have a choice. We've got to have some place to take our hurricane debris, because if we have to take it 60 miles, it's going to get expensive really quick. Our police department, eventually as we continue to grow, he's going to need a new police station. He'd like to implement a citywide camera system that would track all ingress and egress into our community. We're a small community. We're not a large department. We only have about 13 full-time officers. There's no way that can be every place at once. But if we had cameras tracking vehicle movement in and out of town, we know who's coming into our community and we know who's leaving into our community. Some people might think that's an invasion of privacy. I happen to think that it's a matter of security and safety. Fire department, they're going to need heat and ventilation and air conditioning upgrades. They're going to need a new heavy rescue truck. They're going to have a new satellite station as we continue to grow. Tourism and communications, we're going to continue to upgrade our audio and visual and streaming capabilities. That's the demand. It's the wave of the future. It's how we're moving. It's how we're going to really interact with the public moving forward. Animal Protective Services. Brunswick County is having difficulties right now with taking intakes from the municipalities. So what happens when it gets to that point that we're not able to take our captures or animals that need to go to the shelter? What are we going to do when there's no space for them? So we're going to need to have an enclosure down the road that is going to be available to our dogs and cats. Parks and Recreation. We're going to have a new recreation center. The gym that's over there now, it's old. Not that it's not good, but it's old. It's not going to last forever. Franklin Square Stage. We are in the final stages of a grant that it sort of has been approved at this point, but we've not received the paperwork yet saying that it's official. But I really feel like that grant funding is going to come through to replace that stage. Development services, really what we're going to be looking at for them is software and additional help. One city planner is not capable of taking care of the development pressures that we're experiencing today. Finance, as always, we're going to have to do software updates. If we really want to be a top organization and recognized as financially viable and strong, it's going to require software to help us maintain that or achieve that. Elected officials are priorities. I have taken the time to sit down and spoke to most of y'all, and I know what's important to y'all. And I've created this list right here. We need to repair and upgrade our water and sewer infrastructure. Do I need to go back to the slides that we had before? I think that's fairly obvious. Road repairs. I mean, we can see that. That's visible to the eye. So the problem is we can't really do road repairs until we fix the water and sewer underground. Because why would we repair our roads and then dig them up again? It doesn't make any sense. So we have to prioritize how we're going to do that. Stormwater mitigation has to be a citywide effort. We can't fix one area because all it's doing is pushing water to another area. We've had that conversation before. Burying power lines. That was a great presentation by BEMC this morning. It's really enlightening. We've got some choices to make moving forward. Especially when we start considering our budget and all the other priorities that go with it, we've got some hard decisions to make. Improving, constructing sidewalks and crosswalks. We want to be a community that is walkable. And we have some certain areas that are not walkable. We talk about some areas downtown that I think right across from Franklin Square Park, when we're having events there, when people go crossing the street, they're taking their lives in their hands. So we really need to have more crosswalks. We need to have a sidewalk that runs the length of Leonard from Fodell to House Street. We need to finish the sidewalk going up toward 9th Street and the crosswalk right there. So, which is, by the way, is a shovel-ready project ready to go right now, I believe. Preserving historic preservation. That's more of a policy thing. That is something that I'm sure that we will dive into in the very near future. Preserving the yacht basin. Most iconic scenery in all of Southport. Okay, as someone that's new to Southport, I've only been here about 21 months now. That to me is worth a drive-by a couple times a day for me. I drive it by in the morning and I drive by it on the way home. Even though I don't live that direction, I drive by it. Dredging the yacht basin. We spoke about that at the last Board of Aldermen meeting. A new rec center and then technology upgrades. So we've got a lot of stuff ahead of us. So what are the big five that are going to cost us the most amount of money? Water and sewer infrastructure. I'm estimating that that's going to be somewhere in the $25 to $30 million range. I'm going to use a word that BEMC likes to use, rough order of magnitude, which is a fancy way, in my opinion, of saying it's an estimate. It's an estimate, but we're going to use a rough order of magnitude. Roadway repair. I think we spoke about this. Tom, what did you say? Maybe 50 million? Yeah. Over time. Yeah. Over time, $50 million. Shoreline stabilization, $5 million isn't going to get it done. I don't think $10 million is going to get it done. I think that project's probably looking at $10 to $25 million to do the project that they're looking at. So we have to identify funding streams for it. Stormwater mitigation citywide. A little community east of us on the coast that's situated similar to us just received a Golden Leaf grant for stormwater. It was $25 million to identify their stormwater needs. So I conservatively put it up here at $10 to $15 million. So at the time I was drawing this electrical or this PowerPoint up, I didn't have access to that information for the electrical upgrades. Alderman Carroll, I believe you came up with the number. We talked about it. What was it? $7.8 million? $7.8 million for the stuff that we need to do. All the rest. So those were the big five. Those are the big dogs in the room, okay? These are the little puppies in the room. if you'll allow me that. The House Street sidewalk and crosswalk projects, okay? We've talked about that just a minute ago. The kayak launch. Alderman Carroll, you talk about Mr. Richardson reaching out to us. He has been to the board, he's communicated with me, he's communicated with y'all that this is something that's very important to him. Alderman Mostetler recently requested the contract. I've read over that contract as well. We can get into a little bit deeper dive on that in just a few moments when we start one of the next phases of this. The Yacht Basin Corridor, it's in action. The Cape Fear Council of Government is drawing us up a plan, an area plan for that entire area. I think we should have it in about 2 to 3 months is what his timeline is. Yacht Basin dredging. Alderman Mostetler and myself will be working on that, moving it forward. I don't know what the cost will be. I haven't done dredging before, so I can't honestly say. If you wanted a guesstimate, I'm saying somewhere in the neighborhood of $300,000 to $600,000. But remember, we are eligible for a grant for that project. And it would have to be a public-private partnership on some of it because those boat slips that are along Brunswick Street are privately owned. So we can't use state money to dredge privately owned property. Speed calming devices. Now we all know that speeding in Southport has been a huge issue. And we set up the little speed indicator machines, and we identified areas in our community that were susceptible to speeders. Most of them happen to be shortcuts to the ferry system, so we put in temporary speed bumps. The key being temporary speed bumps. So we're going to have to go back and revisit that and allocate some funding during this year to put speed calming devices that are not quite as harsh as the ones that are in there now. I understand that the ones that are in there now are very aggressive. They're not intended to stay there forever. We need to look at alternatives, but we also need to fund those alternatives. Citywide sidewalks and crosswalks with regards to pedestrian plan. So I've already mentioned a few of those. Crosswalks there at Franklin Square Park, crosswalk at 9th Street. There's also a need for a sidewalk to run down 9th Street to the elementary school so that children have an option of being able to bicycle and walk to school. We also talked about the sidewalk from House Street to Fodale along Leonard Street. We want to be a walkable community. We want to encourage people to enjoy Southport while they're here. So let's talk about the current fiscal year 2021-22 capital improvement funding. We have $5 million for shoreline stabilization. We have $2.8 million for the House Street resurfacing project. We have preliminary estimates to repave House Street are between $800,000 and $1.2 million. The balance of that $2.8 million can only be spent on water and sewer infrastructure per the viable utility funds criteria. Taylor Field, which is a partially funded Part F grant, we're receiving $421,224 from the state. We had to match that with 50%. It came from the land donation, the very generous land donation that was made to the city. That was our match. That project's been a little slow getting off the ground. It's had some issues with its stormwater permitting. I think we're finally getting ready to cross that threshold so that it will move forward, thankfully. Electrical underground. We put $800,000 in the budget this year to move our overhead to underground. That's something we've been doing consistently over the years. It's something that we will consistently continue to put into our budgets as we move forward. Last year, you authorized during the budget sessions a capital project ordinance of $1.2 million. And I have it over here. I'm not going to really get into the details on that right now, but we have approximately $700 and some change $1,000 left. The reason this number is the way it is because, well, you'll see in just a second. Let me just hold that for you, okay? But right now, unencumbered is $427,795. Oh, well, okay, right here. We have $300,000 committed to the Bay Street resurfacing and the Yacht Basin corridor safety. Basically, we've got preliminary estimates for the repaving of Bay Street from Whittler's Bench to Atlantic of $150,000. We know that's going to be pretty accurate. The other $150,000 is dedicated to the Yacht Basin pedestrian safety corridor at this particular time. $631,977 was our first tranche from the American Rescue Funds. It's going to be used as the down payment toward the wastewater treatment plant that we're expanding with Brunswick County. The second tranche, well, really it's up to y'all. It's for capital projects. So that's something that we'll talk about here in just a moment. Current capital improvement projects in progress. House Street Sewer Resurfacing Project. We're in the RFQ. We're requesting qualifications from an engineer to design this project for us. Once we hire the engineer, he will put together the project for us, all the specifications, and all the stuff that goes along with that, and we will put that project into works. One of the things we want to make sure is we don't want to repeat what happened with the sewer replacement project. We want to make sure that we dot our I's and cross our T's. We want to have a complete project composed by an engineer, and then we can move forward. Again, that estimate is $800,000 to $1.2 million. Yacht Basin pedestrian corridor, it's in the planning phase. Like I said, it's turned over to the Cape Fear Council of Governments. The Bay Street resurfacing project, it's in the RFQ phase as well. Preliminary estimates, $150,000 to $175,000. That money's going to come from the capital project ordinance, like I just spoke about a minute ago. Taylor Field progress, well, right now we're running in parallel with the bid process and the stormwater permit. It's my understanding that McGill is at the state's door every single day, knocking on the door, allowing us, trying to seek permission that we can go ahead and move forward with this. But for all practical purposes, it's in the bid phase. Electrical underground, it's always in progress. BEMC's here every day doing work. So, this is the big question. This is what you're all asking me. How much money do we have to spend on projects as it stands today? It's a great question. Thank you for asking. This figure right here is not accurate. I had made a change and I missed this slide. It's actually about I'll show it to you in another slide. I'll have the exact number. $5 million to spend on shoreline stabilization project. We have $427,795 on other capital projects. We have $631,977 from the second tranche of the American Rescue Fund. Now, here's where I want to talk about some funding revenues that are kind of like a bird in the hand, so to speak, at this right now. We have a potentially $10 million loan for the USDA for sewer line replacement. So Elena, I might need your help with this. I need to kind of back it up for a minute. I need to go to the map. There you go. That's the one. So this is, thank you. This is the USDA map right here of our USDA loan, and that has just gone in. And so what this is showing you all this clay pipe that is that this project will identify and replace. The dashes here are the sewer line itself, right here. It goes all the way from Bay Street, it goes to Moore Street, it goes to Nash Street, it goes to Caswell Avenue, it goes to Lord, and it goes on up here to, I believe, Atlantic and College, and right here up toward Kingsley Pier. The one thing that I want you to notice is it doesn't go where Bay Street is, where we're getting ready to repave. So that's a wonderful thing. We're not going to repave our road and then have to turn it up. But this is a USDA grant that is, USDA loan that we have submitted to ask for help in repairing this problem right here. That's the sewer line. These are all the manholes that will be replaced. Now, we should know something within about the next 6 months whether they're going to allow us to do this or not. As
Gordon, can I ask you a quick question?
Sure.
So on the map that we have in our pamphlet, it has this diagram in it, and then there's a space between Owen Street and 10th Street, where 10th Street has clay pipes as well at the very top, going towards it's out of this picture, isn't it? It's up north of that. Okay. So there's a gap between Owen Street and 10th Street. Are those pipes different from the pipes that are from Owen Street down?
Tom, come up to the podium and answer that, please. Yeah, I saw that. It was something.
Well, we identified 10th Street, which goes to, like, I'm assuming it goes to the City Hall. But between Owen Street and 10th Street, there's a big gap there that's not on this map. And I don't know the historical construction of the pipe system to see if those are clay as well.
Well, to be frank, without me actually looking at a bigger map to see what I'm looking at, I know certain areas were skipped because there are PVC pipes there. We just identified what we know to be all clay pipe, and there may be other sections, small sections that are clay pipe elsewhere that we just hadn't identified yet. Okay. But there are some spots from block to block that do have PVC, may have come in later, may have been replaced decades ago, or may have not had sewer to start with, and then when they put the sewer there for those blocks, it was done with PVC.
I certainly don't want to get in the middle of the grant application, but perhaps we could just put in the back of our minds that at some time or another we need to look to see if those pipes are of the similar construction and the similar degradation, so that we do phase 2 of this whole thing.
Which is a perfect segue, Rich. Thank you. We did just find out that this portion of town right here is eligible for that $15 million from the American Rescue Funds. So that is a bright spot for us. So following up on that, if anything that was different, we would identify that. And in fact, my recommendation is going to be that if we actually are successful getting the grant money, then we don't follow the USDA. Okay, because that's going to be a 40-year loan. It's going to be, I think it was right around a 2% interest rate. It was going to be a $340,000 a year payback period for 40 years. So if we can qualify for the American Rescue Funds, then that's free money. And I speak free, okay? So if somebody wants to give us something, I'm all for that. So let me tell you why this is important, why this side of town is so important. This is the USDA loan application right here. I'm getting ready to throw some numbers out at you that you might want to write down. Per this report by a professional engineer, Southport experiences $48,915,823 gallons per year of inflow and infiltration into our system. Let's think about that for a minute. 48,915,823 gallons per year. Let me put it another way that might soften it a little bit. That's 134,016 gallons per day of inflow and infiltration into our system. Now, do you see what the damage of seals not connecting, cracks in clay pipes, and roots growing into our sewer lines? Do you see now the impact that it has and why it's so important? Now, a couple of you can't make this guess because you already know the number. Do you know how much that costs the city annually? John, would you venture a guess? Alderman Mostedler? Robert? Alderman Davis? What was that, Tom?
I said 150.
$317,000 and some change per year that we're paying Brunswick County to treat non-wastewater.
And that's based on that diagram there, correct?
That's correct. That's
Not-
based on
not
this
nec- not
engineer.
necessarily
This
what-
is citywide. This is said it's citywide.
So it goes
Not
above
just this part of the project. This
Good.
is citywide.
Change a few pipes to that one.
$317,000. That's scary. That's correct. $6.50 per 100,000 gallons. Pardon? Per thousand. Did I not say that? Oh, per thousand, yes. Let me make absolutely sure we're clear on that. Per 1,000 gallons. That's why it's so important that we look at this water and sewer infrastructure. As Alderman Lombardi mentioned, it's not going to get any cheaper. It's not going to get any less expensive as we move forward.
Can I ask a question? So if we did have to go with the USDA loan, are current water and sewer revenues sufficient to repay that loan? I assume it's what, a 30 or 40 year term?
If the rates that you set up with the rate committee, you allowed for $750,000 in capital improvements. It was great thinking, forward thinking by the rate committee's part. Yes, we can cover that. Did that answer your question? I didn't mean to cut you off. It's all right.
If I can follow up on that just a second, and you may prefer I not say this, but I'm going to say it anyway, because that's my job. So if we were successful in getting the grant, we could possibly look into lowering water and sewer rates. Is that a possibility?
Presentation from the water, we had that water presentation, and Southport never raised their, or was it the rates for a while? In fact, even decreased it. So my takeaway from that is that you never decrease your rates. I don't know if that's something that's sort of a standard across utilities, but that's what I took from it. So I'll let you answer that.
I'm not, this is one that I'm going to deflect back to you. That's a policy decision that would be up to the board. What I will tell you, what our ultimate goal is to get our system to a point where we can get out of the water and sewer business and turn it over to the county. Alderman Mostedler?
The only thing, John, that I would say to what you just said is that we're going to be monitoring, the rate committee is going to be monitoring the rates every 3 months on a quarterly basis. So if there's ever an opportunity that we have too much and we can say to reduce rates, certainly that would be a conversation.
Gordon, the 15 million we could only use for this, or we could use it for, what's wrong with having the 15 and the loan?
Well, Alderman Carroll, we can do that. It's certainly acceptable. The problem with the $15 million that we're going to apply for, the grant money, is that there are only specific parts of towns that are eligible for that money. It's not town-wide. They've basically identified the western part of our community as distressed. And as such, that money has to be used for that. Unfortunately, this USDA loan also identifies that same section of town. So at this point, it would probably be problematic that both the USDA and the American Rescue Funds identify the same section of town.
And when you say west part of town, you're not referring to east or west of House Street. You're referring to this and everything we see here.
That's right.
Which is the historic district, or the historic area.
The historic district. When I refer to the west part of town, I refer to the western side of House Street. With that being said, this USDA loan only identified the really poor infrastructure in the ground, and that's down in the historic district, down along here and right up here around Atlantic Street where you live. So what you could do is, if we got the USDA grant, use that, loan, I want to make sure that that's clear, that we could use that to rebuild the infrastructure that's there, but then we take the American Rescue Funds and do the rest of the west side of the community.
How do we figure out, while we're doing all of this process, whether that area north of Owen Street is as badly impacted, since we haven't studied that yet? Is there a way to roll in at least the study to do that?
Yes, and that's a great question, Alderman Alt. We are going to continue to fund an S&R study to identify problem areas in the community, and that's really the study right here. That's what that's for, and that's how we'll identify. And these are the kind of things that go a long way toward grant applications and loan applications.
And once again, what I'm talking about, the land that I'm talking about, is north of Owens up to 10th Street, but I'm not talking about going all the way down 9th Street to developments that have been put in
Right.
in recent time. I'm not talking, basically, I'm not talking about Indigo. I'm talking about the more historic section that's just north of Owens.
Right.
Okay.
This right here of this book is one street. It's those pictures that you just saw were just 10 pictures from this. They're the ones that I thought had the highest impact value. That's why I used them. Plus the one I didn't know what it was. I thought that was really great. I was hoping that maybe Tom would step in and help me with that, but he didn't, so he probably doesn't know what it was either. Just kidding, Tom. So we also have a loan closing cost with the revolving loan that we just took through the Division of Water Infrastructure of $595,000. I'm sorry, yeah, and $595,660. That's going to come from our water and sewer fund balance. The first tranche of money that we were talking about, the $600,000, that's also going to go to the loan. And what that's basically going to do is, when we first applied for this loan, we only applied for like $26 million. The county came back to us and said, well, the project's actually going to be $4.5 million more than what we anticipated. So we knew at that point that we were going to have to use this money from our water and sewer fund balance, which we will have, but we were planning on using that first tranche of money for water and sewer upgrades. But unfortunately, if you go over a certain threshold with the LGC, they make you start that application period, that application package, all the way over, which would delay us years in getting that sewer plant expansion going. So that's why we had to redesignate that money from the first tranche to bring that threshold below what we could keep our current application active. Does that make sense? We had to use that money to keep it under the threshold that would trigger a whole new application. That's why we're there. And that's why you saw that 1.6 million, and so I'll straighten that out in just a minute. Where do we go from here? Thank you for asking. Look, y'all, this is a give and take. This is just not me standing up here. If y'all have questions, please ask me. Help me out here, okay? What I'm going to recommend with where we're currently sitting at today is that we concentrate right here into this 3 to 5 year plan area. And the reason that I recommend that is that there's no way that the city can develop a strategic plan in 2 hours, okay? We need more time than that. So over the course of the next hour or so, I'm going to show you the money that we have available right now, today, to do projects, okay? And I am going to ask that if we can't get that done today, if we can't get a consensus to put this on for the capital project ordinance in March, then we're going to have to reconvene for another couple hours on a different day. I'm going to ask you to do that for 2 primary purposes. One, it's budget season. I kind of need to refocus the staff's attention to the budget process. It's a very arduous and difficult process, and it's something that we have to get right. And what I'm going to recommend is that we circle back around in the fall of the year and develop this and this, simply because in the fall of the year, the city will have a better understanding and have more clarity on what the USDA loan looks like. I'm sorry, the USDA loan, the American Rescue Fund grant, where we're going to aggressively pursue grants, and we'll also have some sort of general idea of what our regional elected officials can do for us. So we need to know what we're going to be able to do, what kind of funding potentials, revenue streams that are there for us to help build this part of our plan. I think we reconvene in the fall. We have a series of town hall style meetings. We get the community involved, find out what's important to them. We also will give us an opportunity to go down that path for a general obligation bond. I think City Clerk Dutton explained to you last meeting we had that in order to start the general obligation bond process, we have to, it's going to cost us about $6,000. We need to know where we're at. What is our rating? What is a potential interest rate? What do we maybe want to, how much money do we want to put on a general obligation bond? Something to consider. Right now, this is an estimate, but Finance Director Trexler has indicated we have about an $85 million limit that we could reach out and get. We've already got $30 million committed to the water and sewer expansion. That leaves us with $55 million that we could possibly do a general obligation bond. My recommendation, I'm a little more fiscally conservative than that. We're not going to reach out for $55 million. You all know GO bonds are the most secure bonds that a municipal government can issue because it's backed by the full taxing authority of the municipality. Investors love them. Why? Because if we default on that loan, they can make us raise our property taxes to any level they want it to be to pay back that loan. If they wanted to raise it to $6 per $100 evaluation, they could do that, okay? In order for us to pay back a $55 million loan, we would have to double, or a $55 million bond, we would have to double our property tax rate. I'm in no way, shape, or form recommending that. But between $0 and $55 million, there's going to be a sweet spot that we can look at. We talked about how we could use those funds for water and sewer lift station upgrades. We could use it, Alderman John, sorry, John. Alderman John, he said that maybe we shouldn't use bond money to repave roads. I had an interesting conversation, the mayor and the mayor pro tem, and I had an interesting conversation with Chad Kimes with the North Carolina DOT. And, come to find out, they're going to repave Howe Street every 7 to 8 years because it is a gateway into our community, and they want it to remain looking good. But the side roads, if I misspeak, please correct me, they don't really do but every 20 to 30 years, okay? And as long as we're not tearing Howe Street up like we did for construction, and we're not diverting all that traffic onto the side roads, those roads should really last 20 to 30 years. So, we could use bond money going that way, but how much, I don't know. But by reconvening in the fall, I can give you that information. It'll give us an opportunity to start that process of what a general obligation bond would look like, okay? So that's what I think we need to focus on right here today. Years 1 through 3, possibilities. So we had $2.8 million that Representative Miller gave us. We think at the worst case scenario, the repaving of Howe Street is going to be $1.2 million. That's going to leave us $1.6 million from the Utility Viability Fund to upgrade 3 of our most critical lift stations. I handed a handout at lunchtime that you can see that lists those lift stations in order of repair. The good news is that 2 of our main lift stations are in our central lift stations are in pretty decent shape. Would you concur, Tom Stanley? Yeah. So one of the things they say is if we had a failure at it, that it would be a major catastrophe. Well, you know what? It could be in great shape and still have a failure, and it's still going to be a major catastrophe, right? So, but right now, they're in pretty good shape. We're sitting pretty good with those. But if you'll see on your list, there's some lift stations that need to be identified. Number 1 on that list is 9th Street, the 9th Street lift station. It's in terrible shape. Last I saw, it's operating at about 25% capacity. Is that correct? That's correct. I knew it was. So we used $1.6 million from the Utility Viability Fund to upgrade 3 of our 3 most critical stations. Now let's say that paving project comes in at $800,000, which we've had some preliminary estimates on. We can take that additional money and do 4. We could use the $5 million to restart the project planning for the shoreline stabilization erosion control, because that money is dedicated to that project, okay? And that's one of the things that go about it. It's just not like they came by to us and said, here's $5 million, do what you want to with it. We've had to, well, not we, but specifically Finance Director Trexler has been inundated with paperwork for these funds. She's been working diligently to get all that paperwork in order, and I think that still continues today. It still leaves, now this is the number, okay, so I told you to forget about the $1.6 million. This is the amount of money we have right now, $1,059,772 for projects that we can fund now. So this is where I'm going to need y'all to talk. This is where I'm going to need your interaction. This is where we're going to decide what we're going to do over the next, from today to the next 3 to 4 to 5 years, okay? It's road repairs, sidewalks, crosswalks, dredging, kayak launch, more water and sewer repairs. This is not up to me. This is what you have to discuss. What we're doing today is we're building a foundation of the house that we're getting ready to build. Because we are at a crossroads of where Southport's going to go. When I started this conversation with you a little bit earlier, we have a duty and a responsibility to take care of what's here in Southport. Do y'all agree? What we're going to see here today and what we're going to be doing in the fall of the year is we're going to create a vision. We're going to look out over that horizon of how we're going to make Southport sustainable for future generations. Okay? It's not just going to be me, because there's going to be plenty of city managers between now and then, because I'm pretty late in my career. It's going to be more boards than just you, unless you're successful for running for the next 20 years, which I'm looking around this room, and I'm thinking I only see one that might be able to do that. Okay, so, he could potentially be here, but the rest of us aren't. So what we do, the beautiful thing about a capital project ordinance is that it binds boards together. So in 2 years, we're going to have another election. We might, how many folks in here are up for re-election in the next election? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, four new aldermen, 3 new aldermen and a mayor. And so what happens if that changes? Okay, and they come in with a different vision. Well, guess what? We've put that capital project ordinance into place, and it binds that board, because it's an ordinance. And it binds that board to move forward with the progress that we're looking at. Just like you and I and the city staff have a responsibility and duty to Southport, so do they. Okay? So just 0 to 5. So we could continue the shoreline stabilization erosion control project. We can project planning for sewer line replacement to solve I&I. One of the things we hadn't talked about is most of you just heard a presentation by the lumber river cog about the state of our water lines. The stuff that we're looking at here is just sewer lines. They've told us that eventually we're going to have to address these pipes. It's not in a critical state, but as we move forward, 5, 7, 10 years from now, it will be in a critical state. So that's something we're going to have to address as well. Stormwater mitigation. How many times, I ride around here after a 3-inch rain, and there's water standing everywhere. You want to talk about your mosquito problem? Well, that certainly doesn't help. So, stormwater mitigation, when that rainfall or that storm gets here, we've got to get it out of the community. It's got to go. Road repairs. Of course, you know, we have to be very delicate as we approach road repairs because, you know, we don't want to pave a road and then dig it back up. Makes no sense. Sidewalks and crosswalks. I beat that to death today. You know, we want to be a walkable city. We want to encourage people to walk. Five to 10, we'll do that. So this is the end of the PowerPoint presentation. Now it's time for the discussion. We've got approximately a little over $1 million. You know what we've talked about in the past. Kayak launch, we've got dredging. What do y'all want to do? Let's start the conversation.
Well, in all your presentation, it looks like your priority, and certainly I agree, is with water and sewer. And I really think we should take the worst spots and start instead of just talking about it. Let's get an area, a street, and get it done. And I think that's the priority because without doing the underground, everything else is at a halt. So that's my opinion on that.
Yeah, do y'all mind if I sit down? I need to take a swallow of water.
John, where are you going to go?
I'm going to say, I don't know that we can talk about what projects we want to do unless we know how much those projects cost to start with.
That's what I'm here
for.
for.
We need a list of those items, those potential items.
So on average, it's $500,000 to repair a lift station. Sidewalks, Karen, weren't you a part of the conversation when Chad said what it was per foot for a, okay, so here's where we're at.
I have those notes.
I don't remember the figure. Okay, so John, the kayak launch, the contract reads that the marina has to pay, let me see if I get this right, they have to pay 50% of the kayak launch not to exceed $25,000.
Correct.
We estimate that project will be $150,000.
About the kayak launch, number one, we would have to have a design to know that. That's really a made-up figure because we have the way that the easement is. We have the 10-foot easement, which would be a pathway. We may talk about parking in the right-of-way. They are creating parking the right-of-way. I think as far as the kayak launch, it's interesting. The contract says that we can use 5 of the spaces, but then the easement they filed says parking's not part of it. So I don't know what all that means, but what I'm saying is I think it's premature, and CAMA grants, because this will be public access to the water, before we say, oh, we've got to come up with $150,000, which again is a made-up figure, without design work and knowing what we're going to propose to do and then seeking out grant money, then we'll know what we would have to do. So I think it's premature, me personally. It's premature to assign a value to that.
Yeah, I can't see how we talk about a kayak launch when we have so many other things to deal with. A kayak launch, to me, is the least important, in my opinion.
So here's my thought is, you know, to piggyback on what Karen's talking about, is that Thomas Lloyd and Heather Hemphill really feel like we will qualify for a CAMA grant for that kayak launch.
I want this $25,000. The fact that it's only $25,000, I can go on record every single meeting and say how gross that is, and I will gladly do that. The fact that it's only $25,000, different, you know, I want that money. I want it as soon as possible, and I want every bit of it. So I don't care what it costs. I'd love for us to find some funding, and I think we need to do the studies and research what this is going to look like. What is the plan for the project? What is the cost for the project, and how do we move forward? I agree. You don't replace, you know, you don't you don't do certain things within your house if your door's falling off the front, right? And we've got a door that's falling off the front. You've shown it to us. We know that the door needs to be replaced, but this is one of those scenarios where we need to say this is going to help to make Southport a better place. Other people screwed up in their decisions, in my opinion, with that piece of property, and so now I want to make sure we get the $25,000.
Yeah, a question I had, and maybe it's a misconception on my part, that before you could do that project, the building had to be in place first, because sort of like the 211 widening, the sidewalks go in last. The building really, for safety reasons, I get construction reasons, that type of thing with that building, and I'm just asking the question, does the building need to be completed or is close to completed or what have you before you do the kayak launch for safety reasons and planning and design and things like that?
Well, I think that before we would build it, the other stuff would have to be in place because we wouldn't want them, it's going to be wooden, whatever we do. But as far as design and stuff, we can start the design work so that we know, I mean, you've got to have that, and that's going to take a while and got to involve the public and yada, 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 you know.
Right, well, leave out the word design in my comment. So, and I understand, but what I'm saying is to start actually building it, to me it seems like you'd have to wait till the actual construction of their the boat storage unit. So I think that holds it up. There's nothing wrong with getting the design, getting the 25,000 or whatever, and get that project going. But it's sort of like, again, it reminds me of the sidewalks on 211.
Mr. Mayor, I see what's going on down there because of where I am, and I don't see that the construction work would get in the way of the kayak launch construction. I mean, there's not that much, it's a public street, actually it's a state road, and so the road is free to traffic, and people coming down with kayaks, they can use that road, and the road's not blocked. There's some construction traffic and so on, but they turn in, and so I don't see the obstacle to going ahead as quickly as we can to try to obtain the money, get the design, and get moving on this.
Yeah.
It'd be great to have the kayak launch in place before the end of the summer. This is a much needed asset for recreation here.
I don't think, based on other projects, that we're talking about seeing this completed at the end of next summer. And if we don't start now, when is it going to happen? That's my point, is we need to spend a little time, find out what this is going to look like, and go after it. And but there are other things too.
I think we need to have another separate session for this. I mean, this is a lot to try to digest. We need a list of projects. We need the ordinance itself that we approve that has specific projects on it. I don't think we're going to resolve this in the next 45 minutes this afternoon.
John, I actually agree with you. You know, I could go on 45 minutes just on the public health issue of squirting 9,000 gallons of raw sewage into different neighborhoods as being perhaps more important than a kayak launch. But we're not going to resolve that today.
Gordon, can you prioritize for us the timetable that you're on, or that we should be on, prioritize the urgencies of us making decisions?
I can, and I thought I had that capital projects list here in my paperwork. I'm sure I do somewhere of that list. I thought I had brought it with me. We can make this real simple. We can talk about kayak launches. We can talk about dredging. We can talk about all the and I hate to say this, all the feel-good stuff. But at the end of the day, we know what our problems are. What I recommend is, even if we're talking $150,000, $200,000, we think we'll qualify for a grant with CAMA for the kayak launch. We think we'll qualify for a grant or for the yacht basin. They're all very important projects, okay? But when you prioritize those projects, where do they stand in line with our water and sewer infrastructure? Let's just think about it for a minute. $317,000 a year in I&I. I could pay for a kayak launch. It could pay maybe our share of dredging. I don't know. But, I agree with Alderman Mosteller. It's kind of hard to know until we have the engineering in place to know what that's going to look like. But I tell you what we do know is it's going to be a rough estimate of $500,000 to repair a lift station. We have enough money right now for 3. We have enough money left for another 2. So we take and we repair our 5 most, what's the word I'm looking for? Low performing lift stations. And then we build the sidewalk up 9th Street and the crosswalk. We have money to do that today.
Oh. Where does these lift stations, they need to be repaired whether the county takes them over or not. So let's talk about what the county, have we had conversation with the county about where they want these lift stations to be before, and what does this repair look like? So if we make these repairs, where does that fit within their goal of having our system to a particular point for them
See,
to?
our system has to be upgraded to a certain degree before they'll take it over. They're just not going to take over a dilapidated, system.
I completely understand that. My question is, where do these repairs fit within their goals and expectations?
Okay, and to answer that, we don't know the answer to that because we have applied for a grant. And the grant is supposed to work with the county and our systems, now that we've got reports for water and sewer systems for us, to see at what threshold we have to repair to for them to take us over. So that's a grant we're supposed to get this spring. But so to your point is we don't really have that answer right now. We're working to that end, so it's hard. My question is, I appreciate the whole spending the money on the lift stations, and definitely that needs to be done if they're working at 25% and all of that. My question is, if we get $15 million in the American Rescue Plan to go toward water and sewer, then we still have so many repairs we need to do that that's just going to continue to pay for that. Or I guess I thought the money we were committing to do lift stations had to be spent on water and sewer. I thought that was the money left from the 2.8.
It is. It is. That's for 3 lift stations.
Okay, so that money is already earmarked for that, correct?
That's correct.
So now you're just saying, what do we do about 2 more lift stations?
Right.
With the $100,000 or whatever you said we had, the
million.
Huh?
$1,050,000.
The $1 million that we had. Right.
And look, you guys are the elected officials. You represent the public. It's not Gordon's decision. It's what you want to do. And to Alderman Allen's point and Alderman Alt's point, maybe this isn't something that we can come to today. I mean, I expressed earlier to you that in an hour and 45 minutes, it's going to be very hard to come up with these kind of things. This might require a separate session on its own.
Can we come to have some in-house, Tom Stanley? Are we capable in-house to figure out the risk, if you named the three top, and let's assume we take that off the table, the two additional ones we're having a talk about, what's the risk of them having a catastrophic failure under hurricane or any other conditions in which entire sections of the city can no longer flush their toilets?
Well, it's
Okay.
5 of them say poor.
I'm gonna be Tom Stanley for a second. I've been waiting to bring up a comment this whole day. Not even gonna lie to you. Ellie Pittenger presented, had a good presentation on the electrical system today. Now I know City of Southport's water and sewer system pretty good, but Ellie is our electrical superintendent. Who was up here speaking and presenting the electrical project today? Who was up here? Brunswick Electric. Who was the young lady? She was a professional engineer. If you want an honest answer of what needs to be done to this system, I can give you ideas. I know our problem areas, but I can't give you that answer. Gordon can't give you that answer. Mayor Hayden can't give you that answer, and I guarantee you none of you can give me that answer, or anybody in the public can give me that answer. The only real answer you're going to get to solidify is an engineer. They can look at the performance of our lift stations. I mean, the performance of our system right now with the I&I, yearly, monthly, daily. I mean, that's in black and white. But what isn't in black and white is what it will take to bring these lift stations up to where they need to be. That is the honest answer I've been wanting to tell you guys all day. Because that is the honest answer. I can blow smoke and mirrors all day long and tell you what the city's problems are. Gordon has one volume of 2-volume set of, that's only 22,000 feet of sewer line that's been videoed. And Rich, we are having 10,000 feet every year, so it is continuing. But that's just one volume of 22,000 feet. That's it, guys. That is it. And I do know what it was, the pictures were. But the honest answer is, I can't tell you what it's going to take to bring 9th Street up to par. I can tell you the way I'd like to see it. I can't size it for you. I'm not an engineer. Central's in good shape, very good shape. You know, it's our newest station. It's our largest station. Everything is called Central for a reason. Everything goes to Central. Central carries it out of town. It's our central station. It works great. But when we have $300,000 and some worth of I&I coming to it, when we have hurricanes, does it struggle? Absolutely does it struggle. Is it going to struggle when we bring these other developments in here? Absolutely. How much is it going to struggle? That's why you need an engineer. That's why Ellie doesn't have a electrical improvement plan that he designs. That's why Brunswick Electric, I believe they said they've been doing it since 2002. So for 20 years, City of Southport has had an engineer on its side to help design the electrical infrastructure, to help design and prioritize the electrical repairs that need to be made. Where's that engineer for the sewer system and the water system? May I ask that question? Because that's what's going to tell you, that's who's going to tell you the repairs that need to be made. I mean, obviously we know the repairs, but they'll be able to give you the cost estimates. They'll be able to tell you what lift station needs to be upgraded and to what extent it needs to be upgraded.
So your recommendation is we first go to an engineer to get this idea?
Yes, it is.
So, Mr. Stanley, Hazen and Sawyer, when they were here, they were the ones that were initially hired to do the sewer plant, built for Southport to build its sewer plant. Are you talking something like that, a firm like that could help us with this? I mean, they know Southport pretty well.
I'm not saying Hazen and Sawyer. I'm not saying, go ahead, Gordon.
So we've already started the process because we know that we're going to need, or we know we have funding available to do lift stations. We've already started the process of request for qualifications for an engineer. because that is something that has to be done by an engineer. We don't have an engineer in-house. So we will take and we'll review the engineers for their qualifications as it stands to, doing this type of work. And then what they will do is they will come out here and assess each lift station and tell us what needs to be done with it. On average, a lift station rehab is about $500,000. And so, these are estimates, but we know that they're going to be pretty close. So I hope you have no thoughts that this was something that we would, try to do in-house ourselves. This has to be a project that has to be designed by a professional engineer. And once we do that, we will be able to put it out to bid. I'm going to always stand up for water and sewer infrastructure. Right now, I don't think we need to have the discussion about spending capital improvement money on electrical upgrades, because like I had said earlier, we're going to be, city staff's going to be meeting with our legal representatives tomorrow about what a development agreement with Indigo Phase 2 and some of these other projects might look like. And, so we'll cross that bridge. If they say no, the city has to pay for it, then we'll know that's something that we're going to have to do, and we'll revisit that during the budget season. I was able to find, I knew I'd brought it, and I shared it with Alderman Allen. If he's done with it, if y'all have your pencil and paper ready, I'll run out a list of projects that we put on the capital project ordinance from last year, if y'all are comfortable with that. Thank you, Tom.
Thank you. That was enlightening. Thank you. Appreciate the compare and contrast. That was very good, Director.
So last year on our capital projects ordinance. Yeah, I can. I will. But I just want to run down it real quick for you. Bay Street Road and sidewalk repair. The erosion control project on Brunswick Street. It's been completed. The House Street sidewalk project. Kingsley Pier project, which as you all know is back into the FEMA portal. Stormwater projects. Yacht Basin pedestrian corridor. It's in the planning phase. The kayak launch, it's back again. Siding for City Hall, that's been completed. And J, other city projects. I will make sure that I scan that and send that to y'all. The fact is, and it's not up to me, you're the elected representatives of the people. What do you want to do with that $1 million? And I agree with Alderman Mostetler. I mean, we don't know what the kayak launch is going to cost. We don't know what the dredging is going to cost. But I do have a pretty close estimate of what it's going to cost to repair these lift stations. And it will have to be done by a professional engineer. We fixed that. Then we used the grant money and the loan money to repair the lines in the road, the lines underground. We reduced that I&I, and we're building the foundation for the future. That's up to you guys. I'll meet all day that y'all want to, but the fact is it's probably a good idea to reconvene one more time to talk about these projects. As I told you earlier, when we first started, hour and 45 minutes, it's going to be a hard push for me to really get all this together on one line. So we can develop with what our projects are, what y'all would like to do. We can come together, y'all can collaborate, and we can decide what we want to do. And then at the end of then we can reconvene in the fall to let staff start concentrating toward our budget season.
What could we say about this, the lift stations? Why can't we, doesn't everybody realize that is important? Why can't we just say, okay, right now? Kayak launch is important, but not, doesn't it compare to
These aren't the same conversation. These are not, in my opinion, the same conversation. If we're getting, if this money is, as it relates to sewer, great, okay? Kayak is a whole nother conversation that we hope to get grant money for. So I don't see those as the same conversation. I see this as a much bigger, what are our projects? What are we looking at? We all agree that sewer is yeah, it's an issue. What is the timing on the sewer study? What kind of time frame are we talking about on this study that Alderman Mosteller mentioned earlier in getting that completed? And
I think I have seen other merger feasibility studies that are conducted, and Alderman Carroll, don't take me on the gospel for this, but I want to think it was a 2-year study. The feasibility study was a 2-year study. Now, don't, that's, I was reading up on other communities that's had this done and performed, and I want to think it was about a 2-year process.
Talking about, what's the?
Okay, so what he's, correct me if I'm wrong, but you had asked the question about what shape do we have to have our sewer system in for the county to take it over. And that's when Alderman Mostetler said that we had applied for a merger feasibility study grant with the state to study what this feasibility will do. And what it will do is it will come in and it will do a complete assessment of our water and sewer system, okay? And at that point, when that study comes back, it's going to come back in the form of something like this. And it's going to tell us, we'll take over your system if you do X, Y, and Z, okay? That X, Y, and Z might be $30 million. Now, the one caveat that I have been told by the Brunswick County Public Services Director is that if we fix this and we bring it up to par where they will assume that system, sometimes they will assume the debt that goes along with it, as long as it's been repaired and they don't have to do it. But really, I didn't see that in a letter from the Board of Commissioners. I didn't see it in a letter from the county manager. This is what Mr. Nichols had communicated to me in the past. Now, whether that's feasible or not, I don't know.
You did say that one of these stations is running at 25%.
9th Street, yes,
I mean,
sir.
how much more? They're never going to accept that. I mean, we've got to fix it.
Well, we have allocated money right now. If you're going by the estimate of $500,000, we've got 3 stations. I just gave you the list of some of our most, the stations that are in the poorest condition. So we'll identify 3 of those and we can fix those. I'm saying that, you know, I'm saying one possibility is to identify 2 more and get those fixed. And let's do the sidewalk that, remember, we postponed a year or so ago because the price and the cost just got out of hand due to the crosswalk and all the specifications that were required by DOT. Well, that project's almost ready to go. So do you want to keep it on the back burner? Do you want to keep the pedestrian plan on the back burner right now? Do you want to fix your lift stations? Do you want to, you know, and I'm going to tell you, and I agree with Alderman Carroll, is that the kayak launch and the dredging of the yacht basin is kind of a separate subject because we're looking at grants for that money. But there is still a 33% component with the dredging. And, you know, 33% of $300,000 is still $100,000. So, but we've got to figure out, you know, how much dredge material is going to come out of there. Where are we going to take it? Because it's not a given that the Corps will allow us to use their dredge island. It would be awful nice of them because it's their material. You'd think they'd take it, but we don't know. So at the end of the day, it's your decision what you want to do. I mean, we can work in parallel with the dredging, which we're already doing, the kayak launch, and then we could take that money and we could put it into lift station rehabs and finishing the sidewalk on 9th Street and the crosswalk. or we do 2 lift stations. You know, it's up to y'all.
Well, I think we should give you the go-ahead on the lift stations. We can do that now.
I mean, I get that water and sewer infrastructure is extremely important, but what it sounds like I'm hearing some people say is that we should focus on water and sewer infrastructure and repairing it to the exclusion of everything else. And I don't agree with that. Our water and sewer infrastructure did not get in this shape in 2 or 3 years, and we're not going to get it fixed in 2 or 3 years. It's going to be a long-term process. We're allocating significant monies towards fixing the problem. We cannot allocate all our money towards fixing that one problem. To me, that makes no sense. To try to sort of to wrap this up somehow, I guess I would suggest that I could accept allocating. Hopefully, we have enough money out of that, the $1,059,000, whatever it is, we can get prices on 2 additional pump stations with the proviso that there's enough money left over to finish the House Street sidewalk project, and also put some money in there to go ahead and get a design done on the kayak launch so we know how much it's going to cost, so that we can then start pursuing CAMA grants to go along with the marina's money to try to get that thing done. I guess that would be my suggestion, my compromise position.
Build a kayak launch tomorrow if it's feasible to, and just in terms of the feasibility of where they are in their project. If it doesn't matter that they haven't completed their storage building yet, this board could vote to do next meeting. Of course, not now. You could vote next meeting if you wanted to start the kayak project, get it designed, find the cost, and get it fixed as soon as possible. It's your choice. You're the ones that make the policy, just like the city manager said, and you're the ones that vote on it. So you decide what is the priority. To me, it was just the logistics of it. It's not whether or not you do it or how soon or anything like that. I just want to make sure it's done safely. I don't want anyone hurt down there, bumping into each other, constructing a building in a kayak launch. I just didn't want to see that. So I think it is time to kind of wrap it up. You know, it's nice in this line of work that you can have a break and you can wrap things up and end the day, because my other job is that you don't get a break and you can't wrap it up when you feel like you'd like to wrap it up. As Randy can tell you, at the hospital it's a lot different. So I'll turn it back to the city manager.
So, okay, I get everybody wants to wrap it up, but I would be, I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't make the next couple of comments. So, really, here in Southport, what we're trying to do is turn the curve. Right now, the problems that we're having with our water and sewer infrastructure are rising. Right now, the cost associated with repairing that infrastructure is rising. That's not a good thing. So what we're going to have to do is we have to turn that curve. We have to start bringing it back down. And we have to start by building this foundation. There's a couple things I want to leave y'all with today, is that, as I said earlier, this is a once-in-a-lifetime funding round. We will likely never see it again. I know that we are eligible for a $15 million grant for the west side. I also know that we have a USDA loan for the west side in the process. But at the end of the day, we have to think about what's most important. How are we going to turn that curve? How are we going to use that money most expeditiously? How are we going to do the most good with it? And again, Alderman Allen, I agree 100% with what you say. We can put the study together. We can use some of that money to look at the additional 2 lift stations. We can use some of that money to do the kayak launch. But I want to make sure that, you know, it is strongly recommended by all the people associated with this funding, from the School of Government to the North Carolina League of Municipalities, that these monies be used to repair your water and sewer infrastructure. It's not going to come around again in our generation. We must turn that curve, because it's only going to get more expensive into the future. So what we're looking for here, and I'm going to close with this, what we're looking for here is teamwork. You know, us all coming together as a team, and you guys coming up with policy and directives and projects that, you know, we can accomplish. I'm going to be your conduit for staff to get these projects together. So I want to close my part of this presentation, because we've got to be out of here. Well, we're doing pretty good. We got to be out of here at 3:30, and I know most of y'all are ready to go home. If y'all will step in here, please, where everybody can see you. So really, y'all have only heard me talk about turning the curve this last few minutes of this presentation. We have a duty and we have a responsibility to turn the curve, to build the foundation to preserve Southport. That's really what we're here for, okay? I've been here 21 months now, okay? And what I have found out is about this group of people right here. I've asked them all to be here today, is that they're all professionals and they're very good at their craft. I've also found out that they're very good at what they do. And this will be the team that leads us in turning that curve. Okay, so as I mention your name, I want you to stand up. Kate Marshall, Animal Protective Services, does a fantastic job. Melanie Trexler, Finance Director, she keeps the money moving. She is a certified public accountant, and she is the hub that our city rotates around in the organization. Ellie Pittenger, Electrical Superintendent. I hate that he's going to retire in 2 years, because that is so much institutional knowledge that's valuable to our community. Thomas Lloyd, Development Services Director. Remain standing, Ellie. Master's degree, Public Administration. Guys under a tremendous amount of pressure with all the developments that we have going on right now. Tom Stanley, our Public Services Director. Do you know why Tom sits in that seat? Because of what he just said right here. I stand fully 100% behind him. Well, kind of to the side, but behind him. Tom never tells me why he can't do something. I can get 10 people in that seat that will tell me why they can't do something. He tells me how we can do something, and that's what I look for. Heather Hemphill, NC State graduate, Parks and Recreation, 27 years of service to our community. Chief Drew, Fire Chief, great leadership of the fire department. Battalion Chief Treadway does a fantastic job. Chief Coring, Police Chief. Major Tony Burke. Let me tell you about these 4 gentlemen right here. They are our incident commanders. They have over 6 hurricanes under their belt. I've worked with other communities and seen how they reacted in their incident command centers. I worked with this group. Mayor Hayden and I were up there in the incident command center, and I was blown away by their professionalism. Okay, I don't think I'm forgetting anybody here. Yes, I am. Randy Jones. Hold on, I want to get with you and you're last, and for a particular reason. Dory Dutton, our city clerk, okay, graduated from the University of Greensboro, okay. Randy Jones, our tourism director, and then we have Lisa Anderson, our assistant communications director, okay. These guys have over 327 years of institutional knowledge that they bring to the city of Southport. When you take this team and you take that team, the commitment that we have to our community, we have the mindset. And what we're doing here is we're climbing a mountain, no doubt. Like John Allen said, we have a mountain to climb. We didn't get here in one night. We're not going to fix it in one night. That's a great perspective. As a matter of fact, I think that's a perfect time for a Martin Luther King quote that Mayor Hayden and I talk about all the time. And what is that?
From Martin Luther King, and I've used it before we talk about this. You can't fly, then run. If you can't run, then walk. If you can't walk, then crawl. But whatever you do, you have to keep moving forward. And I believe that's what the city manager is telling all of us today.
That's right. Thank you, Mayor. We have to keep moving forward, whether it's incremental steps or big steps. We have to keep moving forward. How do you eat an elephant? Can anybody tell me how you eat an elephant? That's right, and that's what we're going to do here. I know it might seem daunting. Matter of fact, some people might think that we can't accomplish what we have in front of us. With this team and this team, their commitment, your commitment, the right mindset, we're not going to always agree on everything that needs to be done, but we will accomplish our goal. And at the end of the day, that's what's important. This is the team that I'm going to ride and die with right here. I fully support them. I stand behind them. I'm blown away by their professionalism, and it's been a joy for 21 months to work with them. Thank you.
Yeah, can I just echo Gordon's salute to all of y'all. I and I'm sure everybody on this board appreciates everything y'all do every day. I'm gonna make a motion, I guess. Is that all right? And maybe this will wrap this up, and maybe it won't. But I'm gonna move that we, what we got? I mean, it's $1,059,000. No, we got $1,059,000. I move that we authorize the city manager to begin the process of using that money to upgrade 2 sewer pump stations, to complete the House Street sidewalk project, and to enter into a contract for some preliminary design and cost estimates for the kayak launch at the old wastewater treatment plant.
Now, you know we don't vote at a workshop.
That's true.
So thank you for the motion. I guess that's a recommendation. But we do not vote at a workshop. We don't take action at a workshop. That's been the standard. So we
Put it on
you can at
May.
least make that recommendation at the workshop, and
Then what, can we have a motion prepared for that for our March meeting?
Yeah, that would be fine, but we
Could we-
made a commitment not to take action at a workshop per se.
Could we
or
have a
vote.
special meeting? March is a long way away, and, things are happening. The lift stations could fail between now and then, for example. Could we have a special meeting just to vote for this?
No, it's.
No?
Yeah, I think putting it on the March, on the March would be fine.
Can I just say something? So really, what I would like to do and bring to the March meeting is I would like to add 3 lift stations to the capital project ordinance, and then we can put some verbiage in there about doing some research into the kayak launch and a preliminary engineering design and that sort of stuff. And we can bring that to the March meeting and vote on that. Is everybody good with that?
That would exclude the sidewalk?
No, I'll bring that as well.
So, yeah, I think that would be the
That's where
better way
I
to
think
go.
that's where the math went.
Well, yeah, exactly what he said.
yeah.
Like, we don't vote on stuff like that.
Right,
But I can, if that is your recommendation, I will put that in a form of a capital project ordinance and add it to our current one to move that forward.
And so we'll vote on that at the next meeting.
And then we can have discussion then, and because we'll actually have real stuff in front of us. I think John said the 3, what you just said was the 3, which I think you've already got funding earmarked for. John was saying the other 2. If,
We've got funding, you've got funding for 2 already, right,
3.
in there?
3.
Okay, so 2, but your request from us earlier today was to do 2 more, correct?
I was asking you to consider it.
Right.
So what we need to decide here is, do you guys want to get together one more time for about a 2-hour period? And what I'll do is I'll bring these really, to get an engineering design of what it's going to cost of that, all that is, I'm not going to be able to pull that together. That's probably going to take months to pull that together. But that's one thing. We know what money we have right now, what we can move forward on, and this is certainly something that, we can revisit again. I'm just hesitant to start doing a whole lot of parallel with the budget and with a strategic plan. A strategic plan, and Alderman Allen, you know this, we've talked about it. It takes 12 to 18 months and $100,000 to really develop a professional strategic plan. Would you like to speak about that for just a second? You'd like to inform the board?
I'm here to entertain. I'll wrap. I'll close it up here for us. It's a remarkable day. I told the city manager yesterday that this was going to be a historic day in Southport, and it is a historic day for city government. A lot of projects, goals, priorities. We have this wonderful city staff. We see them in front of us, and I applaud all of you for the work that you do for the city every day, and it's an honor and a joy for me to be a part of your team. I joined your team when I won the election in 2019. You didn't join my team, it's your team, and I'm honored to join it, and I feel that way, and I appreciate the relationship that we all have. In the Board of Aldermen, we will work together. We're molding together nicely. This was a great meeting. We've had 2 excellent Board of Aldermen meetings. It's been a great workshop. City Manager, thank you for putting all this together with the staff. I think your remarks were just very poignant and set the tone for the next 1 to 3 years. And we don't have to get it all done in one meeting or one day. It is a process. Motion to adjourn.
Can I ask just one question? Gordon, did you say that you had money for 3 lift stations, the sidewalk, and to get some preliminary plans for the kayak?
No, I have money for 3 lift station rehabs, and we are going to research a grant for the kayak launch and the dredging. I was saying that with the $1,059,000 that we have, we could possibly do 2 more lift stations and the sidewalk at 9th Street.
Okay.